Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Red Plus. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was adopted by Narcissa Malfoy at age 3 and raised as Draco's more powerful brother. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Shed. The garden shed smelled of rust and forgotten things. Narcissa Malfoy had not planned to visit the shed. She had not planned to visit Privet Drive at all, if she was being honest with herself. But the letter had arrived 3 days ago, Petunia Dursley's cramped handwriting on Muggle stationery, delivered by Muggle post like some kind of peasant correspondence, and Narcissa had found herself unable to ignore it. "I need to speak with you about the boy. It's urgent." The boy. As if Lily's son were nothing more than an inconvenience to be discussed over tea. Narcissa had known Petunia, distantly, through the strange connections that existed between magical and Muggle families. Lily Evans had married James Potter, Narcissa had married Lucius Malfoy. They had attended the same social functions in those final years before the war ended, though they'd never spoken directly. But Narcissa remembered Lily mentioning her sister, the bitter Muggle who hated magic with the fervor of someone who desperately wished they possessed it. She had come to Privet Drive expecting to find Petunia in hysterics over some accidental magic. A broken window. A levitating toy. The typical manifestations of a magical child raised in a Muggle home. She had not expected the shed. "He's out there," Petunia had said, not meeting Narcissa's eyes. The woman looked thinner than Narcissa remembered from photographs, gaunt in a way that suggested sleepless nights and gnawing guilt. "Vernon says he's dangerous. The things he does." "What things?" Petunia's hands had trembled around her teacup. "Last week, he set his blanket on fire. Not on purpose, I don't think. He was crying and it just happened. Vernon moved him to the shed after that. Said it was safer." "For whom?" Petunia hadn't answered. Now Narcissa stood before the shed door, her wand held loosely at her side, and felt something she hadn't experienced in years, genuine, incandescent rage. The padlock on the door was new. Heavy-duty Muggle construction, the kind designed to keep valuable tools from thieves. She vanished it with a thought, not bothering with the wand movement, and pulled the door open. The smell hit her first. Unwashed child and mildew and something else, something sharp and acrid that made her nose burn. The shed was perhaps 6 feet by 8, cluttered with gardening equipment and old paint cans. A single window, so grimy it barely let in light, sat high on the back wall. And in the corner, curled on a pile of rags that might once have been blankets, was Harry Potter. He was 3 years old. Narcissa knew this because Draco was 4, and she had attended enough society functions with children to recognize approximate ages. But Harry looked younger, smaller, his frame so thin she could count his ribs through the oversized shirt he wore. His hair was black and wild, sticking up in directions that defied gravity. His eyes, when they opened, were the precise green of killing curses. Those eyes found her and went wide with terror. "No," he whispered, pressing himself further into the corner. "No, please, I'll be good, I'll be quiet." "Hush," Narcissa said, and her voice came out softer than she'd intended. She crouched down, making herself smaller, less threatening. "I'm not going to hurt you." Harry didn't believe her. She could see it in the way he watched her hands, tracking her movements like a prey animal watching a predator. This child had learned, at 3 years old, that adults meant pain. Narcissa felt her rage crystallize into something cold and sharp. "What's your name?" she asked, though she already knew. "Boy," Harry said. Then, hesitantly, "Sometimes Harry." When Aunt Petunia's happy." "Harry." Narcissa let the name settle between them. "That's a good name. My name is Narcissa. I'm going to take you out of here now. Would you like that?" Harry's eyes darted to the door, then back to her face. "Take me where?" "Somewhere warm." Somewhere with food and a proper bed. But, Harry's small face crumpled with confusion. But I'm bad. Uncle Vernon said. Bad boys live in the shed. Narcissa's wan hand tightened until her knuckles went white. She forced herself to breathe, to keep her expression calm. This child did not need her fury, not yet. You're not bad, Harry. She extended her hand slowly, giving him time to flinch away if he needed to. And you're never going back in this shed again. Harry stared at her hand like it was a snake about to strike. Then, slowly, so slowly, he reached out and placed his tiny fingers in her palm. His skin was ice cold. That was when Narcissa noticed the walls. The scorch marks she had initially attributed to age and neglect were too regular, too deliberate in their placement. They radiated outward from where Harry had been sleeping, concentrated near the pile of rags. Not destruction. Not accidental magic run wild. The boy had been keeping himself warm. A 3-year-old child, starving and abandoned in a freezing shed, had somehow manifested enough wandless magic to generate heat. Not once, not in a moment of crisis, but consistently. Deliberately. Over and over again, night after night, because no one had given him a blanket that worked. Narcissa closed her eyes for just a moment. When she opened them, her decision was already made. She did not say goodbye to Petunia Desley. Narcissa walked out the back gate with Harry in her arms. He weighed almost nothing, light as bird bones and just as fragile, and apparat directly to the edge of Malfoy Manor's wards. The crack of displaced air made Harry flinch, but he didn't cry. She suspected he had learned long ago that crying didn't help. The manor rose before them, pale stone gleaming in the afternoon light. Harry's eyes went wide as he took it in, the sprawling wings, the manicured gardens, the peacocks strutting across the lawn like they owned the place. Big, he said quietly. Yes. Narcissa shifted him on her hip, brushing hair away from his face. The movement revealed his forehead and the lightning bolt scar that cut across it like a brand. This is my home. For now, it will be yours too. Harry's grip on her robes tightened. Promise? The word was so small, so desperate, that Narcissa felt something crack in her chest. I promise. She carried him through the front doors. Lucius was in his study. She could feel his magical signature through the wards, that familiar cold silver presence she'd grown so accustomed to over 7 years of marriage. Good. She needed to settle Harry first, before that particular confrontation. Dobby, she called softly. The house elf appeared with a crack, ears perked and eyes eager. Mistress calls. He froze, enormous eyes fixed on the child in her arms. Mistress, this is Harry. He'll be staying with us. Narcissa's tone left no room for questions. I need a bath drawn, warm but not hot. Clothes appropriate for a child his age, use Draco's old things if nothing else is available. And food. Simple food, nothing too rich. His stomach won't be able to handle it. Dobby was already nodding frantically, but his eyes hadn't left Harry's face. The Harry Potter, mistress. The boy who, his name is Harry, Narcissa cut in. And you will treat him as you treat Draco. Is that understood? Yes, mistress. Dobby understands completely. The elf's voice had gone thick with some emotion Narcissa couldn't identify. Dobby will take the best care of young Harry. He vanished. Narcissa carried Harry up the main staircase, past portraits that whispered and stared, to the family wing on the 3rd floor. Draco's room was at the end of the hall. She chose a room 2 doors down, one that had been empty since Lucius's younger brother had married and moved to France. The room was already transforming when she entered. Dobby's magic at work, fresh sheets appearing on the bed, curtains pulling back to let in light, a fire crackling to life in the hearth. A small tub materialized near the fire, steam rising from the water. Harry stared at all of it with the expression of someone who had wandered into a dream and was waiting to wake up. A bath first, Narcissa said gently, setting him on his feet. Then food. Then we can talk. I can, Harry swallowed hard. I can do it myself. I won't be trouble. I know you can. Narcissa knelt to meet his eyes. But you don't have to. Not anymore. She helped him out of the oversized shirt, cataloging each bruise and scrape with clinical precision. The marks of small hands grabbing too hard. The faded yellow of older injuries layered beneath fresh ones. A particularly vicious scrape on his elbow that had scabbed over wrong and would likely scar. The water was exactly the right temperature. Dobby knew his work. Harry hissed when he settled into it, not from heat but from the simple shock of warmth after so long without it. Feels funny, he said, sinking lower until the water reached his chin. Funny how? Good funny. His eyes were already drooping, exhaustion catching up with him now that he was warm and safe. Didn't know water could feel good. Narcissa said nothing. She simply began washing the grime from his hair, working through tangles with careful fingers, and let the silence hold them both. Lucius found her 2 hours later. Harry was asleep in the guest room, fed, cleaned, and wearing soft cotton pajamas that had once belonged to Draco. He'd fallen asleep mid-sentence, asking Narcissa if the bed was really for him, and she'd sat beside him for nearly an hour just watching him breathe. Now she sat in her private parlor, a glass of wine untouched on the table beside her, waiting. The door opened without a knock. Lucius's silhouette filled the frame, backlit by the corridor's wandlight, and even without seeing his face clearly, Narcissa could feel his fury. Explain, he said. Close the door first. I won't have the servants hearing this. Lucius stepped inside and closed the door with a soft click that somehow managed to sound violent. His face came into the light, aristocratic features carved from ice, pale hair swept back from a forehead creased with rage. There is a child in our home, he said, each word bitten off with precision. A child who, unless I have gone completely mad, is Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The child Dumbledore hid away for his own protection. He was in a shed. Lucius blinked. I'm sorry. A garden shed. Behind his relative's house. Locked inside with a padlock, sleeping on rags, feeding himself through accidental magic because no one bothered to give him meals. Narcissa kept her voice flat, clinical. He's 3 years old, Lucius. He weighs perhaps half what Draco weighs. He thought his name was Boy. The silence stretched between them. That is, Lucius stopped. Started again. That is unfortunate. It is also not our concern. I've made it our concern. You've made it, Lucius laughed, a harsh sound without humor. Narcissa, do you have any idea what you've done? Dumbledore placed that child with his relatives for a reason. The blood wards, the protection of his mother's sacrifice, all of it hinges on him remaining in that house. You have not rescued a child. You have stolen Dumbledore's weapon. Narcissa rose from her chair and faced her husband directly. They were nearly the same height, she didn't have to look up to meet his eyes. I don't care. You don't, I don't care about Dumbledore's plans. I don't care about blood wards or prophecies or whatever grand design that old fool has constructed around this boy. I found a child being tortured by muggles, and I took him. It's done. Lucius's jaw worked. You cannot simply, cannot what? Cannot show basic human decency. Cannot recognize that leaving the boy who lived to be broken by muggle filth serves no one's interests but Dumbledore's. Narcissa stepped closer, close enough to feel the heat of her husband's anger radiating off him. Think, Lucius. Use that Slytherin cunning I married you for. What is there to think about? We cannot keep him. The political ramifications alone, the political ramifications are exactly why we can. Narcissa's voice dropped, smooth as silk over steel. The boy who lived, raised in our home. Educated by us. Loyal to us. Can you imagine what that means? Lucius's expression flickered, the first crack in his fury. He's the symbol of the Dark Lord's fall, Narcissa continued. Every witch and wizard in Britain knows his name. If he grows up in Dumbledore's sphere, he becomes Dumbledore's creature, another weapon for the light, another tool to be used against families like ours. But if he grows up here, Dumbledore will never allow it. Dumbledore doesn't know. Not yet. His monitoring charms on the Dursley home will have triggered the moment I took Harry, but they won't tell him where the boy went, only that he left. He'll search. He'll investigate. And by the time he finds out where Harry is, we need to have our legal protections in place. Lucius was quiet for a long moment. The Ministry will side with Dumbledore, he said finally, but the heat had left his voice. He was calculating now, running through possibilities. Good. This was the Lucius she needed. The Ministry sides with whoever offers them the best story. Narcissa returned to her chair and picked up her wine glass. I found a magical child abandoned by Muggles, clearly suffering from neglect and abuse. I brought him to my home out of concern for his welfare. The statute of secrecy prevents me from returning him to Muggles who clearly cannot be trusted with magical children. I am prepared to provide testimony under Veritaserum, if necessary, to prove my intentions were pure. And the fact that the child is Harry Potter? A coincidence that works in our favor. The boy who lived was being abused by Muggles. Can you imagine the public outcry when that becomes known? The Ministry cannot afford to be seen returning a national hero to his abusers. And they certainly cannot afford to be seen taking him from a respectable pure-blood family who offered him sanctuary. Lucius sank into the chair across from her, his rage finally giving way to exhaustion. Dumbledore will still fight us. Of course he will. But Dumbledore is not omnipotent, whatever he likes to pretend. He has enemies in the Ministry, enemies in the Wisengamot, enemies among the old families who remember what he did during the war. If we play this correctly, we turn his own narrative against him. Lucius's eyes had sharpened, the predator in him scenting opportunity. He hid the boy who lived with Muggles who abused him. He failed in his most sacred duty. What else has he failed at? What other decisions has he made that the public should question? Narcissa smiled over the rim of her glass. Now you understand. This is dangerous, Narcissa. If it goes wrong, then we are no worse off than we would be under Dumbledore's thumb. At least this way, we have something to bargain with. Lucius was silent for a long moment, staring into the fire. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter. What is he like? The boy. Frightened. Quiet. Far too obedient for a child his age. Narcissa set down her glass. He asked me if he could keep the bed. Keep it? He didn't believe it was his. He thought I would take it away once I realized my mistake. Lucius's expression shifted, something complicated moving behind his eyes. He's powerful, Narcissa added. Whatever else you're thinking, consider this, he was generating heat wandlessly at 3 years old. Not in a burst of accidental magic. Consistently, deliberately, over weeks or months. I've never heard of a child that young with that much control. Control isn't power. No. But it suggests power, doesn't it? It suggests a magical core substantial enough to sustain directed wandless magic. At 3. Narcissa leaned forward. Imagine what he could become, Lucius. Imagine what he could do for our family. Or to our family. Yes. Or that. She met his gaze steadily. That's why we need to raise him properly. Not as a servant or a tool, but as family. He needs to believe we saved him, because we did. He needs to feel gratitude and loyalty, because he will. And he needs to grow up understanding exactly what he owes us and exactly what we expect in return. Lucius studied her for a long moment. You've already decided all of this. I decided it the moment I saw him in that shed. And if I refuse? Narcissa's expression didn't change. Then I will take him to the Black family properties and raise him there. You know the family magic will recognize me. I am the last of the direct Black line, Sirius is in Azkaban, Andromeda is disowned, and Regulus is dead. If I claim Harry as a ward of the House of Black, no one, not even you, can take him from me. You would choose this child over our marriage? I would choose not to leave a child to be tortured by muggles. Narcissa's voice hardened. That's not a difficult choice, Lucius. If you find it difficult, then perhaps I married the wrong man. The silence that followed was heavy enough to drown in. Then Lucius laughed, a small, tired sound, but genuine. Merlin, he said. You really are a Black, aren't you? Was there ever any doubt? He rose from his chair and crossed to stand beside her, looking down at her with an expression she couldn't quite read. Then he bent and pressed a kiss to her forehead, the first gentle gesture he'd offered since entering the room. I want to meet him, he said. Before I agree to anything, I want to see this boy who's captured my wife's attention so completely. Tomorrow. He needs to sleep, Raoul sleep, in a real bed, for the first time in Merlin knows how long. Lucius nodded. He paused at the door, one hand on the frame. Narcissa. Yes. If this goes wrong, if Dumbledore destroys us over this, I want you to know that I'm not doing this for politics. His jaw tightened. No child should be treated the way you described. Whatever my other failings, I am not that kind of monster. He left before she could respond. Narcissa sat alone in her parlor, wine glass in hand, and allowed herself a small smile. That had gone better than she'd hoped. Now came the hard part. Dumbledore arrived at Malfoy Manor 6 days later. Narcissa had used the time well. The Ministry had been notified through proper channels about the discovery of an abandoned magical child. The paperwork had been filed with the Department of Magical Children's Welfare, a department that owed the Malfoy family several favors after Lucius's generous donations to their orphanage renovation fund. A preliminary custody hearing had been scheduled for the following week, with Narcissa listed as temporary guardian pending investigation. None of this paperwork mentioned Harry's identity. The form simply listed him as unknown male child, approximately 3 years of age, discovered in conditions of severe neglect. By the time anyone connected the abandoned child to the missing boy who lived, the legal machinery would already be in motion. But Dumbledore was not fooled. Mrs. Malfoy. The headmaster stood in the entrance hall, his blue eyes twinkling in a way that didn't quite reach the ice beneath. He wore purple robes embroidered with silver moons, almost offensively casual for what was clearly meant to be a confrontation. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. I wasn't aware I had a choice. Narcissa remained at the top of the main staircase, forcing him to look up at her. A petty power play, but she'd take every advantage she could get. Your letter strongly implied you would arrive regardless of my response. My apologies if I gave that impression. I simply have some concerns about a young child who has recently come into your care. My ward. Narcissa descended the stairs slowly, each step measured. You mean my ward, whom I discovered abandoned and suffering in a Muggle neighborhood. The child I rescued from conditions that would be considered criminal abuse in any civilized society. Dumbledore's twinkle dimmed slightly. I understand your concern for the boy's welfare, do you? Do you understand watching a 3-year-old flinch away from an offered hand because he's learned that hands only hurt? Do you understand watching him weep with gratitude over a bowl of soup because he hasn't eaten in days? Do you understand that when I found him, he didn't know his own name? Mrs. Malfoy, he thought his name was Boy. Narcissa stopped 3 steps from the bottom, keeping herself above him. The child you placed with those muggles, the child you claimed was protected, safe, cared for, believed his name was Boy. Tell me, headmaster, what exactly did your monitoring charms monitor? Dumbledore's expression flickered, the first crack in his grandfatherly facade. I was aware that Harry's home life was not ideal. But I had assurances from the Dursleys that he would be treated as family. The blood wards required, The blood wards required nothing. Narcissa's voice cut like a blade. You chose to leave him there because it was convenient. Because it kept him hidden from your enemies and your allies alike. Because a frightened, desperate child is easier to mold into whatever shape you need. You know nothing of my intentions. I know that you left Lily Potter's son to be starved and beaten by muggles. I know that you call yourself the leader of the light while children suffer in the darkness you create. Narcissa descended the final steps, bringing herself to his level. And I know that you have no legal standing to remove a child from a home where he is thriving simply because you made different plans for his future. Dumbledore's eyes had gone cold. The twinkle was completely gone now, replaced by something ancient and implacable. Harry Potter is not simply a child, he said quietly. He is a symbol. A prophecy. A focal point for forces you cannot begin to understand. I did not place him with the Dursleys out of cruelty, Mrs. Malfoy. I did it to protect him from those who would use him, from those who served the man who murdered his parents. The accusation hung in the air between them. Narcissa smiled. I assume you're referring to my husband's associations during the war. Associations for which he was thoroughly investigated and cleared by the ministry. Associations which, I might add, occurred under the influence of the Imperius curse. She tilted her head. But perhaps you have evidence to the contrary? Evidence you've been withholding from the ministry for the past 2 years. We both know the truth of those claims. What I know is that Lucius Malfoy has never been convicted of any crime. What I know is that he sits on the Hogwarts Board of Governors and the Wisengamot. What I know is that his reputation in our society is impeccable, while yours, she let the pause stretch, has suffered somewhat since your testimony at the Lestrange trial. People wondered why the great Dumbledore couldn't save a single family from his own followers. Dumbledore's wan hand twitched. Just slightly, just enough for Narcissa to notice. Good. Let him remember that she was not a civilian to be manipulated. I came here hoping for a reasonable conversation, Dumbledore said, his voice carefully controlled. I can see that was optimistic. You came here hoping to intimidate me into surrendering a child I legally rescued from abusers you placed him with. If that's your definition of reasonable, Headmaster, I suggest you update your dictionary. The blood wards are no longer relevant. Harry has been blood adopted into the House of Black as of yesterday. Whatever protection his mother's sacrifice provided has been superseded by the protections of my family's magic. Narcissa watched his face carefully, savoring the moment his expression cracked. You didn't know about that, did you? The blood adoption rituals are obscure, I admit. Ancient. The kind of magic your light-aligned colleagues prefer to pretend doesn't exist. You had no right, I had every right. As his guardian, I have the legal authority to adopt him into my family by any means I choose. As a member of the House of Black, I have access to rituals that predate the ministry itself. And as someone who actually cares about that child's welfare, I have a moral obligation to protect him from anyone who would treat him as a pawn in their political games. Narcissa stepped closer, close enough to see the individual threads in his ridiculous robe. Including you, Headmaster. Especially you. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was quiet, almost gentle. You think you've won, Mrs. Malfoy. You think you've outmaneuvered me, secured your prize, protected yourself from consequences. But you don't understand what you've taken into your home. The forces surrounding that boy, the prophecy, the darkness, the connection to Voldemort himself, don't say that name in my house. Will not be denied simply because you've changed his surname. Harry Potter has a destiny, whether you wish to acknowledge it or not. And when that destiny comes calling, you will wish you had listened to me. If destiny comes calling, Headmaster, it will find Harry surrounded by family who love him and will fight for him. Not alone in a shed, crying for help that never comes. Narcissa gestured toward the door. I believe we're finished here. Dumbledore didn't move. His eyes searched her face, looking for something, weakness, perhaps, or doubt. He found neither. "This isn't over," he said finally. "No. But the next round will be fought in the Waisengamat, with lawyers and legal precedent. I look forward to presenting my evidence of Harry's treatment at the hands of his protectors." Narcissa smiled. "The public does so love stories of rescued children, don't you think? Especially when the villain is someone who presents himself as a hero." Dumbledore's expression hardened into something she'd never seen before, something ancient and terrible, the wizard who had defeated Grindelwald flickering behind the grandfatherly mask. "Be careful, Mrs. Malfoy," he said softly. "There are dangers in this world far greater than political embarrassment. And some of them take particular interest in Harry Potter. Then I suggest they take interest in someone better defended. The House of Black has stood for 1,000 years, Headmaster. We did not survive this long by yielding to threats." She held his gaze until he looked away. He left without another word. Narcissa stood in her entrance hall for a long time after the door closed, her heart pounding against her ribs. Her hands were shaking, she hadn't noticed during the confrontation, but now, with the adrenaline fading, she could feel the tremors running through her fingers. She had just made an enemy of the most powerful wizard in Britain. Perhaps the most powerful wizard in the world. And she would do it again in a heartbeat. "Mummy?" Narcissa turned. Draco stood at the top of the stairs, his white blonde hair tousled from sleep, his grey eyes wide and worried. "I heard voices," he said. "Was someone angry?" "Just a visitor, darling. Nothing to worry about." Narcissa climbed the stairs and took his hand, so small, so warm, so perfectly trusting. "Did Harry wake up?" "No. I checked on him like you said." Draco's face scrunched with concentration. "He's really staying?" "For always." "For always." "Good." Draco nodded firmly, the way he did when he'd made up his mind about something. "I didn't want him to go back to the bad place. He told me about the shed. About the dark and the cold and the people who hurt him." His small hand tightened in hers. "I don't want him to be hurt anymore." Narcissa felt tears prick at her eyes, unexpected, unwelcome, but impossible to suppress. "He won't be," she said. "I promise, Draco. No one will ever hurt him again." The custody hearing was 3 days later. Narcissa arrived at the ministry in her finest robes, black silk with silver embroidery, the black family crest displayed prominently on her left shoulder. Lucius walked beside her, equally resplendent in deep green, his cane clicking against the marble floors with each step. They made an impression, and they knew it. That was the point. The hearing room was small, just a magistrate's office, really, with a single desk and a handful of chairs for witnesses. This was not the Waisengamat, this was bureaucracy, and bureaucracy could be managed. The magistrate was a thin woman with steel-gray hair and spectacles that made her look perpetually surprised. Narcissa knew her slightly, Beatrice Coldwell, a minor functionary who had been handling child welfare cases for 30 years. Not corrupt, but practical. The kind of witch who understood that laws existed to serve people, not the other way around. "Mrs. Malfoy, Mr. Malfoy." Coldwell gestured to the chairs before her desk. "Thank you for coming. I understand this is somewhat irregular, usually these matters don't require the presence of both potential guardians, but given the unusual nature of this case. We're happy to cooperate fully," Narcissa said smoothly. "The welfare of the child is our only concern." "Yes, well." Coldwell shuffled through a stack of papers. "The child in question has been identified as Harry James Potter, son of James and Lily Potter, deceased. He was placed with his Muggle relatives by Albus Dumbledore following his parents' deaths in October 1981. You claim to have found him in conditions of severe neglect approximately 10 days ago. Is that correct?" "It is." "And you immediately brought him to your home, where he has remained since?" "Yes." Coldwell removed her spectacles and rubbed the bridge of her nose. "Mrs. Malfoy, I'm going to be direct with you. I've received correspondence from Headmaster Dumbledore expressing his concerns about this situation. He believes the child should be returned to his Muggle relatives for his own protection. With respect, Magistrate, the child was being starved and beaten by those relatives. What protection could they possibly offer? Headmaster Dumbledore mentioned something about blood wards that clearly failed to protect Harry from the people inside them. Narcissa leaned forward slightly. Magistrate Coldwell, I have memories I am prepared to show you under pensive examination. Memories of the conditions in which I found that child. If, after seeing them, you still believe he should be returned to those Muggles, I will accept your judgment. But I do not believe any reasonable person could view what I witnessed and conclude that Harry Potter belongs anywhere near Privet Drive. Coldwell's expression shifted, curiosity warring with caution. Pensive testimony is admissible but not common in these proceedings. These are not common proceedings. Lucius spoke for the first time, his voice silky smooth. The boy who lived was discovered living in conditions that would be criminal if inflicted upon a magical creature, let alone a magical child. Surely the Ministry has an interest in understanding how this was allowed to happen, and in ensuring it never happens again. The magistrate studied them both for a long moment. Very well, she said finally. Present your memories, Mrs. Malfoy. I will review them before making my decision. It took an hour. Narcissa provided 3 memories, her arrival at the Dursley home, her discovery of Harry in the shed, and the moment she first touched his hand and felt how cold he was. She watched Coldwell's face as the older witch emerged from the pensieve, watched the color drain from her cheeks, watched her hands tremble as she set aside the silver bowl. That is. Coldwell's voice was hoarse. That is unconscionable. Yes. The child was living in a shed. In winter. Without adequate food or blankets she stopped, pressing a hand to her mouth. How did no one know about this? Someone did know, Narcissa said quietly. Headmaster Dumbledore placed Harry with those relatives. He maintained monitoring charms on the residents. He chose not to intervene. Coldwell's eyes hardened behind her spectacles. That is a very serious accusation, Mrs. Malfoy. It is a statement of fact. The charms existed, their residue was still detectable when I arrived. Dumbledore has admitted to placing Harry with the Dursleys. The only question is whether he was aware of the conditions and did nothing, or whether his monitoring was so negligent as to be worthless. Neither possibility reflects well on him. The magistrate was silent for a long moment, staring at the papers on her desk. Harry Potter is a symbol to many people, she said finally. His treatment will be scrutinized. His treatment should be scrutinized. That is exactly what we're asking for. Narcissa met her gaze steadily. We are not hiding anything, Magistrate. We are not seeking to obscure the truth. We simply want the best outcome for a child who has already suffered far too much. Coldwell nodded slowly. I will need to conduct interviews, she said. With the child himself, and with any relevant parties. I will also need to inspect your home to ensure it meets the standards required for foster placement. Of course. You are welcome at Malfoy Manor at any time. And I will need to speak with Headmaster Dumbledore. Coldwell's jaw tightened. I have some questions for him about his monitoring practices. I'm sure he'll be most helpful, Lucius murmured. The magistrate stood, signaling the end of the meeting. Pending my investigations, Harry Potter will remain in your temporary custody, Mrs. Malfoy. I will conduct my interviews within the week and render a final decision within the month. Thank you, Magistrate Coldwell. Don't thank me yet. The older witch fixed Narcissa with a sharp look. If I find any evidence that your motives are anything other than what you've presented, any indication that you intend to exploit that child for political gain, I will ensure he is removed from your care immediately. Do we understand each other? Perfectly. They left the ministry through the main atrium, walking slowly enough to be seen by the dozens of witches and wizards passing through. Word would spread. By tomorrow, Everyone would know that the boy who lived was in Malfoy custody, and that the custody was being handled through proper legal channels, not backroom dealings or political manipulation. That went well, Lucius said quietly. It went exactly as I planned. Narcissa allowed herself a small smile. Coldwell is honest, which means she'll investigate properly. And when she investigates, she'll find exactly what we want her to find, a child who was neglected by his previous guardians and is thriving in his new home. And Dumbledore? Dumbledore will be questioned about his monitoring failures. He'll be forced to explain why the boy who lived was living in a shed while under his protection. Narcissa's smile widened. By the time this is over, the public will be asking the same questions we are. And Dumbledore will have no good answers. They operate home together, already planning their next moves. Harry had his first nightmare that night. Narcissa heard him screaming through 3 closed doors, a high, thin sound of terror that cut through the silence of the sleeping manor like a knife. She was out of bed and running before she was fully awake, her wand in her hand, her heart pounding. She found him huddled in the corner of his room, as far from the bed as he could get, his arms wrapped around his knees and his eyes squeezed shut. He was screaming the same words over and over, I'll be good, please, I'll be good, Harry. Narcissa approached slowly, keeping her voice soft. Harry, you're safe. You're at the manor. No one is going to hurt you. He didn't seem to hear her. His screaming had dropped to a whimper, but his body was still rigid with terror, still pressed against the wall like he was trying to disappear into it. Narcissa made a decision. She crossed the room, gathered him into her arms, and held on. He fought her at first, small fists beating against her shoulders, feet kicking at nothing, but she didn't let go. She simply held him, rocking gently, murmuring nonsense words against his hair until his struggles faded and his body went limp against hers. It's all right, she whispered. You're safe now. I've got you. Don't, his voice was tiny, broken. Don't send me back. Please. I'll be good. I'll be so good. Just don't send me back. Never. Narcissa tightened her arms around him. You're never going back there, Harry. This is your home now. You're safe. He cried then, great, wrenching sobs that shook his whole body, tears soaking through her nightgown and pooling against her skin. She held him through all of it, rubbing circles on his back, whispering promises she fully intended to keep. When the tears finally stopped, he was so exhausted he could barely keep his eyes open. Mummy, he mumbled, and then immediately flinched. I'm sorry, I didn't, it's all right. Narcissa's heart clenched. You can call me that if you want to. Really? Really? He was asleep within seconds, still clutched in her arms. Narcissa sat on the floor of his room for the rest of the night, unwilling to move and risk waking him. Her back ached and her legs went numb, and none of it mattered, because she was holding a child who had never known safety, and she had promised him he would never be unsafe again. She would keep that promise. Whatever it cost. The weeks that followed were a careful dance of recovery and strategy. Harry improved slowly, so slowly that some days Narcissa wondered if he was improving at all. He still flinched at loud noises. He still hoarded food under his pillow, convinced that meals might stop coming. He still woke screaming at least twice a week, thrashing in his sheets and begging invisible tormentors for mercy. But there were good moments too. There was the first time he laughed, a surprised sound, almost involuntary, when Draco did something ridiculous at breakfast. There was the first time he asked for seconds at dinner without being offered them. There was the first time he called Narcissa Mummy without immediately apologizing. And there was his magic. Lucius had insisted on testing Harry's magical abilities, and Narcissa had allowed it, partly because she was curious herself, and partly because she knew Lucius needed to see Harry as an asset before he could see him as a son. They started with simple exercises, levitating small objects, changing the color of flowers, summoning toys from across the room. Harry did all of it wandlessly. Effortlessly. Like breathing. Again, Lucius said, his voice carefully neutral. Summon the ball from the far corner. Harry didn't even look at the ball. It simply flew to his hand. Now change its color. The ball shifted from red to blue to green to silver, cycling through colors faster than the eye could track. Now make it vanish. The ball disappeared. Lucius stared at the empty space where it had been, his expression unreadable. Do you know where the ball went? He asked finally. To the place between, Harry said simply. I can bring it back if you want. The place between. Lucius glanced at Narcissa, something wild flickering in his eyes. What place between? Harry's small face scrunched with concentration. It's hard to explain. It's where things go when they're not here anymore. I found it when I was in the shed. I used to send the cold there so it wouldn't hurt me. You sent the cold, Lucius stopped. Started again. You accessed pocket-dimensional storage. At 3 years old. To manage temperature regulation. I don't know what that means. It means, Narcissa said softly, that you're very special, Harry. Very powerful. Is that bad? No, sweetheart. That's wonderful. Harry didn't look convinced. Uncle Vernon said being special was bad. He said freaks get what they deserve. Narcissa felt Lucius tense beside her, felt the rage that rippled through him, cold and sharp and carefully contained. Your uncle was wrong, Lucius said. His voice was flat, emotionless, but Narcissa knew him well enough to hear the fury beneath. Power is never bad. Power is a tool, like a wand or a broom. What matters is how you use it. How should I use it? To protect yourself. Lucius knelt, bringing himself to Harry's eye level, a gesture of respect Narcissa had rarely seen him offer anyone. And to protect your family. Can you do that? Harry's green eyes met Lucius's grey ones. Something passed between them, an understanding, perhaps, or a promise. Yes, Harry said. I can do that. Lucius nodded once. Then he rose and walked out of the room without another word. Narcissa found him in his study an hour later, a glass of fire whiskey in his hand and a strange expression on his face. What are you thinking? She asked. I'm thinking, Lucius said slowly, that we have taken something far more dangerous than I imagined into our home. That boy is not simply powerful, he's unprecedented. The things he can do without training, without focus, without a wand, he shook his head. I've read texts about magical prodigies. I've studied the histories of the great wizards. None of them could do what he just did. Not at his age. Not without instruction. Does that frighten you? It should frighten everyone. Lucius took a long swallow of whiskey. The question is whether we can guide that power or whether it will consume us all. He's a child, Lucius. Not a weapon. He can be both. Lucius met her eyes. And if Dumbledore gets his hands on him, he will be. If the Dark Lord's followers get their hands on him, he will be. The only way to prevent that is to ensure his loyalty is to us. To our family. To the House of Malfoy and the House of Black. You want to bind him. I want to give him a reason to stay. Lucius set down his glass. He already loves you, any fool can see that. But love isn't enough. He needs purpose. Direction. Something to belong to that's greater than himself. And you have something in mind? Lucius was quiet for a long moment. I want to make him Draco's brother, he said finally. Not just in word, but in magic. A bond of brotherhood that cannot be broken. If they grow up truly bound to each other, then Harry's power becomes our family's power. His victories become our victories. His loyalty becomes unshakable. Narcissa considered this carefully. A brotherhood bond is dark magic. It's old magic. There's a difference. The Ministry, the Ministry will never know. These rituals predate the Ministry by centuries. They're family magic, blood magic, soul magic. The kind of thing that leaves no trace for bureaucrats to find. And Harry? Does he get a choice? Lucius's expression flickered. Does Draco? Draco is our son. We make choices for him all the time. And Harry is becoming our son too. Whether we intended it or not. Lucius met her gaze steadily. You claimed him, Narcissa. You blood-adopted him into the Black family. You've already made him ours in the eyes of magic. All I'm suggesting is that we complete the process. Narcissa was quiet for a long time. Ask him, she said finally. Explain what you're proposing, in terms he can understand. If he says yes, truly yes, not just agreeing because he's afraid to refuse, then I will support you. But if he hesitates, if he shows any sign of being pressured, we wait. He's been controlled his whole life. I will not continue that pattern. Lucius nodded slowly. Fair enough. And Lucius? Yes. Whatever you're planning, whatever political games you're playing with this, remember that he's a child first. A frightened, damaged child who has just begun to trust us. If you break that trust, I will never forgive you. Lucius's expression softened, just slightly, just for a moment. I know, he said. That's why I asked you first. The Brotherhood ritual happened 3 weeks later. Lucius had explained it to both boys carefully, in simple terms, a magical promise to always protect each other, to stand together as family no matter what happened. Draco had agreed immediately, delighted at the prospect of having a real brother instead of just a foster one. Harry had taken longer, had asked questions, had thought about it, had finally said yes with the quiet intensity that characterized everything he did. The ritual itself was performed at midnight in the manor's oldest cellar, a space that predated the house above it, carved from living stone by magic so ancient it had no name. Narcissa stood witness while Lucius guided the boys through the words and gestures, their small hands clasped together, their blood mingling in a silver bowl that had belonged to the first Malfoy to set foot in Britain. The magic that rose around them was warm and golden, nothing like the dark power Narcissa had expected. It wrapped around Draco and Harry like a blanket, sinking into their skin, binding their cores together in ways that would take years to fully manifest. When it was done, something had changed. Narcissa could see it in the way they looked at each other, a new understanding, a connection that went deeper than words. When Draco moved, Harry's eyes tracked him automatically. When Harry spoke, Draco leaned toward him like a flower toward sunlight. They were brothers now. In blood, in magic, in soul. And whatever came next, they would face it together. The final custody decision came 2 days later. Magistrate Coldwell delivered it in person, standing in the Malfoy Manor entrance hall with an official ministry scroll in her hands. Her expression was carefully neutral, but Narcissa could see something in her eyes, satisfaction, perhaps, or vindication. Based on my investigations, Coldwell read, including interviews with the child in question, inspection of the current residence, and review of all relevant testimony and evidence, I hereby grant permanent custody of Harry James Potter to Narcissa Malfoy and Lucius Malfoy, with the understanding that the child will retain his blood adoption into the House of Black as conducted prior to these proceedings. Narcissa felt her knees go weak with relief. Furthermore, Coldwell continued, I am recommending a formal investigation into the circumstances of Harry Potter's original placement with his Muggle relatives, including the monitoring practices employed and the decision-making processes that led to his continued residence despite evidence of neglect. This investigation will be conducted by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and may result in criminal charges against any parties found to have knowingly permitted the abuse of a magical child. Lucius's hand found Narcissa's and squeezed. Finally, Coldwell said, lowering the scroll, I would like to add a personal note, off the record. She looked at them both, her gray eyes sharp behind her spectacles. I've been doing this job for 30 years. I've seen children in terrible situations, children who had no one to fight for them, children who fell through the cracks of a system that should have protected them. What you did for Harry Potter, taking him in, fighting for him, giving him a home, that matters. Whatever your other motivations might be, you saved that boy's life. Don't let me regret trusting you with it. You won't, Narcissa said. I promise you, Magistrate. You won't. Coldwell nodded once, turned, and left. Narcissa stood in her entrance hall, her husband's hand in hers, and felt tears streaming down her face. They had done it. Against Dumbledore, against the Ministry, against everyone who had written Harry Potter off as a symbol to be used rather than a child to be loved, they had won. Mummy? She turned. Harry stood at the top of the stairs, Draco beside him, both boys watching her with uncertain eyes. Is everything all right? Harry asked. You're crying. Narcissa laughed, a wet, joyful sound, and opened her arms. Everything is perfect, she said. You're staying. Forever. You're ours now, Harry. Officially, legally, permanently ours. Harry's face transformed. The fear and uncertainty that always lurked behind his eyes melted away, replaced by something bright and fierce and desperately hopeful. He ran down the stairs and threw himself into her arms. Thank you, he whispered against her shoulder. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Narcissa held him tight and let her tears fall freely. Behind her, Lucius placed a hand on her shoulder, a silent gesture of support, of partnership, of family. And somewhere in the manor's ancient stones, magic stirred and settled and recognized a new truth: Harry Potter was a Malfoy now. Whatever came next, he would never be alone again. Years later, when historians wrote about the rise of Hadrian Black, the most powerful wizard of his generation, the bridge between light and dark, the man who rewrote the rules of magical society, they would trace his story back to this moment. To a shed in Surrey. To a woman who chose compassion over convenience. To a family that claimed him when no one else would. But that story was still in the future. For now, there was only a 4-year-old boy in his mother's arms, learning for the first time what it meant to be safe. The rest would come later. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Blood and Name. The summer Harry turned 7, Draco broke his arm falling off a broomstick. It was a stupid accident, the kind of thing that happened to children everywhere, magical or not. Draco had been showing off, flying too fast, taking turns too sharply, ignoring Harry's warnings until he clipped a hedge and went tumbling through the air. The crack of bone on stone echoed across the gardens like a gunshot. Harry reached him first. Draco was screaming, his arm bent at an angle that made Harry's stomach lurch, tears streaming down his face. The house elves were already operating in, their high-pitched voices raised in alarm, but Harry barely heard them. All he could see was his brother's pain. It's okay, Harry said, dropping to his knees beside Draco. It's okay, I've got you. It hurts, Draco's voice cracked. Harry, it hurts so much, Harry didn't think. He just reached out and placed his hand over the break. The magic came from somewhere deep inside him, a warm, golden rush that flowed down his arm and into Draco's shattered bone. He could feel the pieces, somehow, could sense how they were supposed to fit together. It was like a puzzle, and his magic was the solution. Draco's screaming stopped. The bone knit itself back together under Harry's palm. Muscle and skin rippled, mending, healing, becoming whole. By the time the house elves reached them, by the time Narcissa came running from the manor, her face white with fear, there was nothing left but a faint bruise where the break had been. What happened? Narcissa demanded, falling to her knees beside them. Dobby said Draco was hurt, I fixed it. Harry's voice sounded strange to his own ears, distant, echoing, like he was speaking from the bottom of a well. I fixed his arm. Narcissa's hands were already moving over Draco, checking for injuries, her diagnostic spells flickering blue and gold. Her expression shifted from fear to confusion to something Harry couldn't identify. There's nothing wrong, she said slowly. His arm is perfect. Better than perfect. There's no trace of trauma at all. Harry fixed it, Draco said, still sniffling but no longer crying. He put his hand on it and it stopped hurting. It felt warm, mummy. Warm and safe. Narcissa's eyes met Harry's. Harry, she said carefully. Do you know what you just did? I healed him. Harry's head was starting to pound, the edges of his vision going fuzzy. I didn't want him to hurt anymore. You didn't just heal him. You performed instantaneous bone regeneration without a wand, without an incantation, without any formal training whatsoever. Narcissa's voice was very quiet. That's not accidental magic, Harry. That's something else entirely. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but the words wouldn't come. The fuzzy edges of his vision were spreading, darkness creeping in from all sides. Harry. Harry. He collapsed into Narcissa's arms and didn't wake up for 3 days. When Harry finally opened his eyes, he was in his own bed, and Lucius Malfoy was sitting in the chair beside him. That was unusual enough to make Harry think he might still be dreaming. Lucius rarely came to his room, their relationship had warmed over the years, but it remained formal, built on respect and shared purpose rather than the easy affection Harry shared with Narcissa and Draco. You're awake, Lucius said. His voice was neutral, but something flickered in his grey eyes, concern, perhaps, or calculation. With Lucius, it was often hard to tell. How do you feel? Harry took stock of his body. His head still ached faintly, and his limbs felt heavy, like he'd been running for miles. But nothing hurt exactly. Tired, he said. What happened? You exhausted your magical core. Lucius set aside the book he'd been reading, a heavy tome with no title on the spine. Healing magic of the kind you performed requires enormous power. Most adult wizards couldn't do what you did, and those who could would need hours of rest afterward. You channeled enough raw magic to mend a compound fracture in seconds. Your body simply couldn't sustain that level of output. Is Draco okay? Something shifted in Lucius's expression. Draco is fine. More than fine, he's been worried sick about you. He's barely left the corridor outside your room since you collapsed. Can I see him? Soon. First, we need to talk. Lucius leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, his grey eyes intent on Harry's face. What you did in the garden, it wasn't normal. It wasn't even exceptional. It was unprecedented. I didn't mean to, I know. That's what concerns me. Lucius held up a hand, forestalling Harry's protest. I'm not angry with you, Harry. I'm impressed. And worried. The kind of power you displayed doesn't come from nowhere. It has a source, and that source has implications we need to understand. Harry pushed himself up against his pillows, his small face serious. 3 years in the Malfoy household had taught him to take Lucius's words seriously, even when he didn't fully understand them. What kind of implications? The kind that could make you a target. The kind that could make our family a target. Lucius paused, choosing his words carefully. You know that the Dark Lord killed your parents. Harry nodded slowly. They had explained this to him years ago, the war, the prophecy, the attack on the Potters. He had cried for days afterward, mourning parents he couldn't remember. What you may not know is that when the Dark Lord's curse rebounded, it left more than a scar on your forehead. It left a residue. A magical signature that we've been monitoring since you came to us. What kind of residue? Lucius was quiet for a long moment. We're not certain, he admitted finally. The magic in your scar is unlike anything in our family's records. It's dark, undeniably dark, but it's also bound to you in ways that suggest it can't simply be removed. It's part of you now, whatever it is. Harry's hand went to his forehead, tracing the lightning bolt shape he'd long since memorized. Is it dangerous? Potentially. But it may also be the source of your unusual abilities. Lucius met his eyes steadily. Think about it, Harry. Wandless magic at 3. Pocket dimensional access at 4. Instantaneous healing at 7. These aren't normal progressions, even for a prodigy. Something is enhancing your natural gifts, pushing them beyond their normal limits. The scar? Perhaps. Or perhaps you were simply born extraordinary and the scar is merely a wound. Lucius shrugged, an elegant, deliberate gesture. Either way, we need to be prepared. If your abilities continue to develop at this rate, people will notice. People will ask questions. People will want to use you, or control you, or destroy you before you become a threat. What people? Dumbledore, certainly. He's never stopped watching our family, never stopped looking for an opportunity to reclaim you. If he learns what you can do, what you might become, he'll redouble his efforts. Lucius's expression hardened. And there are others. Former followers of the Dark Lord who believe he will return someday. They see you as a symbol, Harry. A trophy to be reclaimed or a threat to be eliminated. Your power makes both outcomes more likely. Harry absorbed this in silence. He was 7 years old, but he had learned long ago that the world was not a safe place. The shed had taught him that. The nightmares that still came, though less frequently now, reminded him constantly. What should I do? He asked finally. Learn. Lucius's voice was firm. Learn to control your abilities, to hide them when necessary, to deploy them only when you choose. Learn to protect yourself and those you love. Learn to think 3 moves ahead, to see threats before they materialize, to turn your enemies' weapons against them. He paused. And learn to trust us, your family, because we are the only ones who will never try to use you. We simply want you to survive. Harry studied Lucius's face, looking for the deception his instincts always warned him about. He found none. Okay, he said. Teach me. The training began the next week. Lucius started with occlumency, the art of defending the mind against external penetration. It was brutal work, requiring Harry to relive his worst memories while simultaneously learning to wall them off, to compartmentalize, to create mental barriers that could withstand assault. Again, Lucius said, withdrawing from Harry's mind with a precision that spoke of long practice. Your shields are improving, but they're still too rigid. Rigid shields can be shattered. You need flexibility, the ability to bend without breaking. It hurts, Harry gasped. He was on his hands and knees, sweat dripping from his forehead, his scar throbbing with each heartbeat. Of course it hurts. Growth always hurts. Lucius's voice was not unkind, but it brooked no argument. Would you prefer that Dumbledore be the one inside your head? That he sees your memories of this family, uses your love for your brother as a weapon against you? Harry's jaw tightened. No. Then again. They practiced occlumency for an hour every morning, before breakfast. By the end of the first month, Harry could hold basic shields against Lucius's probes. By the end of the 3rd month, he could redirect them, sending Lucius chasing false memories and emotional decoys. By the end of the 6th month, Lucius declared him adequate, which, from Lucius, was practically effusive praise. The afternoons were for dueling. Lucius started with the basics, stance, wand movement, the physics of magical combat. Harry didn't have a wand yet, he was too young, wouldn't receive one until his Hogwarts letter arrived, but that didn't stop Lucius from drilling him on theory. Combat magic is not about power, Lucius explained, demonstrating a disarming charm with lazy precision. It's about efficiency. The wizard who wins is not the one who throws the most spells, but the one who throws the right spells at the right time. Economy of motion. Conservation of magical reserves. These are what separate survivors from casualties. But I have a lot of power, Harry said. Doesn't that matter? Power without control is a liability. Power without precision is a waste. Power without intelligence is a weapon in your enemy's hands. Lucius fixed him with a sharp look. You have more raw magical strength than anyone I've ever seen, Harry. That makes you dangerous, to yourself as much as to others. Until you learn to channel that strength properly, it's as likely to kill you as to save you. Harry remembered the exhaustion that had followed Draco's healing, the 3 days of unconsciousness, the lingering weakness that had taken weeks to fully fade. I understand, he said. Good. Now, show me a shield charm. Wandless, since that's apparently within your capabilities. Harry raised his hand and concentrated. A shimmer of golden light appeared in front of him, wavering slightly but holding steady. Lucius studied it for a moment, then fired a stinging hex without warning. The hex hit the shield and splashed off harmlessly. Not bad, Lucius said, which meant it was excellent. But you're projecting too far forward. A shield should be a second skin, not a separate structure. Close the gap. They worked on shields for the rest of the afternoon. Draco joined them sometimes, practicing alongside Harry with the enthusiasm of a child who worshipped his older brother and wanted desperately to keep up. Draco didn't have Harry's raw power, few wizards did, but he had cleverness, quick reflexes, and a competitive streak that pushed him to excel. You're getting faster, Harry told him after one particularly grueling session. They were both sprawled on the grass of the training grounds, chests heaving, sweat soaking their robes. Your shield work is really improving. Not as good as yours, Draco said, but he was grinning. Nothing's as good as yours. That's not true. Your transfiguration is better than mine. Because transfiguration is about precision, and your magic is too. Draco waved a hand vaguely. Too big. It's like trying to paint with a fire hose. Harry laughed, a real laugh, the kind that came from somewhere deep in his chest. These moments with Draco were what he lived for, what made all the training and the fear and the uncertainty worthwhile. Race you to the pond, he offered. Draco was already on his feet. Loser has to tell Mum about the vase we broke. Deal. They ran together across the grounds, two brothers in everything but blood, the afternoon sun warm on their backs and the future stretching out before them like an open road. For that moment, at least, everything was perfect. The rogue Death Eater came in September. Later, Harry would learn his name, Rodolphus Lestrange, brother-in-law to his own adopted mother, a zealot who had escaped the mass arrests after the war and spent years hiding in the shadows. He believed the Dark Lord would return. He believed Harry Potter was key to that return. And he believed the Malfoys had stolen what rightfully belonged to his master. But in the moment, Harry knew only that a stranger had appeared in the manor's protected corridors, a stranger who radiated malice like heat from a fire, whose wand was already raised and aimed at Draco's back. They had been walking to dinner, Harry and Draco, discussing the Hogwarts houses and which one they hoped to join. Draco was saying something about Slytherin tradition when Harry felt it, a wrongness in the air, a disturbance in the manor's wards that shouldn't have been possible. He didn't think. He just moved. The curse that would have struck Draco between the shoulder blades hit Harry instead. It was pain unlike anything he'd ever experienced, white-hot agony that seared through his nerves and set every inch of his body screaming. The Cruciatus curse, some distant part of his mind recognized. One of the unforgivables. Harry went down hard, his body convulsing, his screams echoing off the stone walls. Harry. Draco's voice, high with terror. Harry, no, get back, boy. The stranger's voice was cold, cultured, mad. Don't interfere, and you might survive this. Your parents made the wrong choice when they took what belonged to my master. Now the price comes due. Through the haze of pain, Harry saw Draco raising his own hand, preparing to fight, to defend his brother, to throw himself at an adult wizard he had no chance of defeating. No. The word wasn't spoken aloud. It was thought, felt, projected outward with all the force Harry could muster. Something inside him snapped. The pain didn't stop, but it changed. It became fuel, somehow, raw energy that Harry could shape and direct. His magic rose around him like a storm, crackling with power that made the torches on the walls flicker and the stones beneath him vibrate. Rodolphus Lestrange's eyes went wide. "What?" he began. Harry's hand came up, and the world went white. The blast of pure magical force threw Lestrange backward into the wall hard enough to crack stone. His wand flew from his grip, skittering across the floor. His body hit the ground and didn't move. The cruciatus ended. Harry lay gasping on the floor, his whole body trembling, his magic still crackling around him like lightning trapped in a bottle. He could feel it wanting to surge outward again, to destroy the threat, to make sure it never threatened his family again. "Harry." Draco's face appeared above him, pale and frightened. "Harry, are you okay?" "Harry, please, I'm fine." Harry's voice was a rasp. "Are you hurt?" "Me? You're asking about me?" "You just," Draco's voice cracked. "You saved my life. He was going to kill me, and you took the curse, and then you," the sound of running footsteps. Narcissa's voice, high with fear. Lucius's cold commands to the house elves. The manor's defenses finally responding, too late to prevent what had already happened but ready now to ensure it didn't happen again. Harry let his head fall back against the stone floor and stared at the ceiling. He was 7 years old. He had just taken an unforgivable curse and channeled enough raw magic to incapacitate an adult wizard. And he wasn't afraid. That was what surprised him most. He should have been terrified, was terrified, somewhere deep down, in the parts of him that still remembered the shed and the darkness and the helplessness. But over that fear, wrapping around it like armor, was something else. "I protected him," Harry thought. "I kept my promise." Lucius had asked him, years ago, if he could protect his family. Now he knew the answer. The aftermath of the attack was chaos. Aurors arrived within the hour, summoned by the manor's wards, which had finally recognized the intrusion and sent automatic alerts to the ministry. They found Rodolphus Lestrange unconscious and bound in magical restraints, the Malfoy family shaken but unharmed, and a 7-year-old boy who had somehow performed magic that most adult wizards couldn't manage. "I need to understand what happened here," the lead Auror said. Her name was Amelia Bones, and she looked at Harry with a mixture of curiosity and concern that made him uncomfortable. "You're saying this child defended himself and his brother from an unprovoked attack," Narcissa cut in smoothly. "As any magical child might do when faced with mortal danger. Mrs. Malfoy, the level of magical force required to do what was done to Lestrange, was clearly accidental magic, triggered by extreme stress. Surely the ministry's position isn't that children should allow themselves to be murdered rather than defend themselves." Bones's jaw tightened. "Of course not. But, then I believe we're finished here." Lucius's voice was ice. "Unless you intend to charge my sons with the crime of surviving an assassination attempt." The Aurors left with Lestrange in custody and many questions unanswered. That night, after the ministry officials were gone and the wards were reinforced and the house elves had cleaned every trace of violence from the corridor, Narcissa came to Harry's room. He was sitting up in bed, unable to sleep, still feeling the phantom echoes of the cruciatus in his nerve endings. The door opened without a knock. She never knocked anymore, just as she had never knocked at the shed, and she crossed to sit beside him on the bed. "How are you feeling?" she asked. "Tired. Sore." Harry pulled his knees to his chest. "But okay." "You don't have to be okay. What happened today? I know what happened." Harry's voice was quiet but firm. "A bad man tried to hurt Draco. I stopped him. That's all that matters." Narcissa was silent for a long moment. "You took the cruciatus curse," she said finally. "Do you understand what that means?" "It means I hurt instead of Draco. It means you experienced one of the 3 unforgivable curses. It means you felt pain that has driven adult wizards to madness. It means you are 7 years old and you have already been through more than most people experience in a lifetime." Narcissa's voice trembled slightly. "And you did it to protect your brother." "Of course I did. Harry looked up at her, his green eyes steady. He's my family. Narcissa's composure cracked. Tears spilled down her cheeks, tears she usually hid so carefully, kept locked away behind her perfect pure-blood mask. I'm sorry, she whispered. I'm so sorry, Harry. I should have protected you better. The wards should have, you saved me. Harry reached out and took her hand. You saved me from the shed. You gave me a family. You made me strong enough to protect Draco today. This isn't your fault, it's his. The man who came here. The people who believe in what he believes. His grip tightened. And I'm going to make sure it never happens again. Narcissa stared at him, at this child who spoke with the conviction of a warrior, whose eyes held depths no 7-year-old should possess. When did you grow up so fast? She murmured. I don't know. Harry managed a small smile. Maybe I was always this way. You just couldn't see it yet. She pulled him into her arms and held him until her tears stopped, until his trembling faded, until they were both simply breathing together in the quiet darkness. I love you, she said. You know that, don't you? Not because you're powerful. Not because you're useful. Because you're my son. I know. Harry's voice was muffled against her shoulder. I love you too, Mum. It was the first time he'd called her that without hesitation. Without fear. Without the shadow of the shed lurking behind the word. Narcissa held him tighter and thanked every star in the sky that she had walked into that garden 4 years ago. The blood adoption ritual happened 3 weeks later. Narcissa had been planning it for years, ever since the custody hearing, really, when she had first claimed Harry as a ward of the House of Black. The legal adoption had made him family in the eyes of the ministry, but blood adoption would make him family in the eyes of magic itself. It was not a decision made lightly. Blood adoption was ancient magic, binding magic, the kind of ritual that could not be undone once completed. It would literally change Harry's blood, weaving Narcissa's lineage into his own, making him a true son of the House of Black rather than merely its ward. Are you sure about this? Lucius asked the night before the ritual. They were in his study, the fire burning low, glasses of wine untouched on the table between them. Once it's done, it can't be undone. I know. Narcissa's voice was calm. That's the point. The point is to make him legally unassailable. To ensure Dumbledore can never claim him through blood-based arguments. The ritual accomplishes both without the permanence, the point is to make him mine. Narcissa met her husband's eyes. Not legally. Not politically. Mine. My son, in every way that matters. I've watched him for 4 years, Lucius. I've held him through nightmares and celebrated his victories and taught him what it means to be loved. He already is my son. The ritual just makes it official. Lucius was quiet for a long moment. You've changed, he said finally. Have I? When I married you, you were ambitious. Calculated. Every action weighed against its potential benefit. He smiled slightly. You still are, of course. But somewhere along the way, you started to care about more than just advantage. Is that a criticism? It's an observation. And perhaps. He paused, something uncertain flickering in his expression. Perhaps an aspiration. Narcissa raised an eyebrow. Lucius Malfoy, aspiring to genuine emotional connection. The gossips would never believe it. The gossips can hang. He reached across the table and took her hand, a gesture so unlike him that Narcissa felt her breath catch. I've watched you with both boys. The way they look at you, the way they trust you. It's something I never had with my own parents. Something I'm not sure I know how to give. You're better at it than you think. Am I? Harry talks about you constantly. Father said this. Father taught me that. He respects you, Lucius. He wants to make you proud. Lucius's expression shifted, something vulnerable appearing behind his careful mask. "The ritual tomorrow," he said. "I want to be there. Not as a witness, but as a participant." Narcissa blinked. "What do you mean?" "The blood adoption only requires one adoptive parent. But there are older forms that include both parents, that create a full magical family bond." His jaw tightened. "I want to do those forms. For both boys." The Brotherhood ritual was a start, but this would be more complete. "You want to formally adopt Harry as your son? Magically, not just legally?" "Yes." "Why?" Lucius was quiet for a long moment. "Because he protected Draco," he said finally. "Because when a madman came for my heir, a 7-year-old boy threw himself in front of an unforgivable curse without hesitation. Because that boy has more courage and loyalty than most adults I know, and he's already family in every way that matters. Lucius. And because I want him to be mine too." His voice roughened. "Not a political asset. Not a weapon to be deployed. My son. My family. The boy I'm proud of, even if I'm terrible at showing it." Narcissa felt tears prick at her eyes. "Yes," she said. "Yes. We'll do the full ritual." The ritual chamber was deep beneath Malfoy Manor, a space that had existed since the first stones were laid, steeped in magic so old it predated modern classification. Runes covered every surface, carved into the stone in patterns that seemed to shift and writhe in the torchlight. Harry stood in the center of the chamber, dressed in simple white robes, his feet bare on the cold stone floor. Draco stood beside him, similarly dressed, his hand clasped tightly in Harry's. They had explained what would happen, the sharing of blood, the speaking of words, the binding of family magic. Harry had listened carefully, asked questions, and finally nodded his acceptance. "I'm ready," he had said, and meant it. Now Narcissa and Lucius stood before them, a silver bowl between them, a ritual knife gleaming in the torchlight. The words they spoke were older than English, older than Latin, reaching back to a time when magic was wild and formless and bound by nothing but will and blood. Narcissa drew the knife across her palm. Blood welled up, red and bright, carrying the magic of the House of Black, the legacy of 1,000 years of wizardry. She let it drip into the bowl. Lucius did the same, his blood joining hers, the Malfoy legacy intertwining with the black. Then Harry stepped forward. The cut was quick, the pain brief. His blood fell into the bowl, and the moment it touched the mingled essence of his adoptive parents, the magic ignited. Light erupted from the bowl, golden and fierce, wrapping around all 4 of them like a living thing. Harry gasped as he felt it sink into his skin, his blood, his very bones. It was rewriting him, reshaping him, making him something new while keeping everything he had been. And then, something else. A darkness in the light. A shadow in the gold. Something that lived in Harry's scar, something that had been sleeping for years, suddenly woke and screamed and thrashed against the binding magic. Harry's knees buckled. He would have fallen if Draco hadn't caught him. "What's happening?" Draco's voice was high with fear. "Harry, what's wrong?" "The scar," Harry gasped. "Something's in the scar." Narcissa was at his side in an instant, her hands on his face, her eyes wide with alarm. She could see it now, the lightning bolt shape glowing an angry red, pulsing with dark energy that fought against the adoption magic like a wild animal caught in a trap. "It's rejecting the bond," Lucius said, his voice sharp with understanding. "Whatever's in that scar doesn't want to share him with another magical signature. Can we stop it? If we stop now, the ritual fails. The magic rebounds. It could kill all of us." Harry heard them speaking, but the words were distant, drowned out by the roaring in his head. The darkness in his scar was fighting, clawing, trying to tear itself free of the golden light that surrounded it. But the darkness was losing. Harry could feel it, could feel the black family magic, ancient and implacable, wrapping around the foreign presence and crushing it into submission. It wasn't destroying the thing in his scar. It couldn't do that, the connection was too deep, too fundamental. But it was binding it, constraining it, building walls around it that would limit its influence. The golden light blazed brighter. The darkness screamed. And then, suddenly, silence. Harry opened his eyes. The chamber was quiet. The magic had settled. The bowl between his parents was empty, the blood absorbed into the stone floor. And something felt different. He looked down at his hands. They were the same hands he'd always had, small, scarred, stronger than they looked. But underneath the skin, he could feel something new. A connection to the people around him, a bond that went deeper than words or promises. Harry. Narcissa's voice was cautious. Are you all right? Harry looked up at her, at his mother, truly his mother now, in blood as well as heart. I'm okay, he said. And then, more quietly, what was that? The thing in my scar. Narcissa and Lucius exchanged a look. We don't know exactly, Lucius said finally. But the ritual contained it. Whatever it was, it's trapped now, bound by the same magic that binds you to us. It can't control you, can't influence you, can't do anything except exist in its prison. But it's still there. Yes. It's still there. Lucius's expression was grim. We'll continue to research, to look for ways to remove it entirely. But for now, it's contained. That's the best we can do. Harry nodded slowly. He could feel the thing in his scar, even now, a tiny point of darkness, cold and alien, pressing against the walls the ritual had built. It hated him, he realized. Hated his family, hated the magic that bound them together, hated everything that wasn't itself. Good, Harry thought at it, with all the fierce defiance of a child who had survived things that should have broken him. Hate all you want. You're not getting out. The darkness writhed impotently. Harry turned back to his family, his real family, his magical family, bound to him now by blood and ritual and love. So, he said, and managed a small smile. What's for dinner? Draco burst out laughing, the tension breaking like a soap bubble. Even Lucius's lips twitched. Come on, Narcissa said, her voice warm and relieved. Let's go home. They climbed the stairs together, leaving the ritual chamber behind, leaving the darkness bound and impotent in Harry's scar. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them as a family. The months that followed were some of the happiest of Harry's life. The blood adoption changed things in ways both subtle and profound. He looked different now, not dramatically, but enough to notice. His features had sharpened slightly, taking on hints of the black family aristocracy. His wild Potter hair remained, but it was threaded now with faint highlights that caught the light like silver. And his magic felt different, more refined, more controlled, as if the ancient bloodlines he had inherited had tempered his raw power into something more manageable. His relationship with Lucius deepened as well. Where before there had been respect and careful distance, now there was something warmer, not quite the easy affection he shared with Narcissa, but genuine connection. Lucius began including Harry in his work, explaining the political maneuverings that occupied his days, teaching him to read the currents of power that flowed through wizarding society. Politics is chess, Lucius told him one afternoon, moving pieces across a board that had been in the Malfoy family for generations. Every move you make affects every other piece on the board. Your allies become liabilities. Your enemies become opportunities. The key is to think not just about your next move, but about the moves your opponent will make in response, and the moves you will make after that. How many moves ahead should I think? As many as you can. Most people think 2 or 3 moves ahead. The great ones think 10 or 20. Lucius moved his bishop, threatening Harry's queen. I try to think 50. Harry studied the board. He could see the trap Lucius was laying. The bishop was a distraction, meant to draw his attention away from the knight that would deliver checkmate in 6 moves. He moved his rook instead. Lucius blinked. Interesting. Your knight trap doesn't work if my rook controls that diagonal. Harry met his adoptive father's eyes. I'm thinking 60 moves ahead. The corner of Lucius's mouth twitched. Then by all means, show me the rest. They played for 3 more hours. Harry won. But not everything was happiness. The nightmares continued, though they came less frequently now. And sometimes, in the space between sleeping and waking, Harry felt the thing in his scar pressing against its prison, testing the walls, looking for weaknesses. It showed him things, sometimes. Images that weren't his own memories. A high, cold laugh. Green light. A baby crying in a crib. A woman with red hair, screaming, falling, dying. Harry learned to push the images away, to reinforce the walls that kept the darkness contained. But he never forgot that it was there, never let himself become complacent. And sometimes, when the darkness pressed particularly hard, he felt something else. A presence on the other side of whatever connected them. Something vast and hungry and impossibly evil, waiting in the shadows of the world. He didn't tell anyone about those moments. Not even Draco. Some burdens had to be carried alone. Dumbledore came to the manor again when Harry was 9. He arrived without warning this time, operating directly onto the grounds, a violation of every protocol, an insult that Lucius would not soon forget. But he was Albus Dumbledore, and the rules had always bent around him. I need to speak with Harry, he said when Narcissa met him at the door. Alone. No. Mrs. Malfoy, the answer is no, headmaster. Harry is a child under my legal guardianship, blood adopted into my family, protected by ancient magics you cannot circumvent. You have no authority here, no leverage, nothing that compels me to give you access to my son. Your son. Dumbledore's eyes were sad. Do you truly believe that? Do you believe that the boy you're raising as your son is free of the darkness that killed his parents? That the thing living in his scar won't someday wake and consume him? Narcissa's expression didn't change. I believe that Harry is surrounded by people who love him and will protect him from any threat, including you, if necessary. I believe that whatever darkness you fear, it's less dangerous than the neglect you subjected him to. And I believe that this conversation is over. I could take him by force. You could try. Narcissa's wand appeared in her hand, smooth, casual, deadly. The House of Black has defenses you cannot imagine, headmaster. Defenses that predate Hogwarts itself. Try to take my son from me, and you will learn exactly what those defenses can do. They stared at each other for a long moment, the most powerful wizard in Britain and the woman who had dared to defy him. Dumbledore looked away first. You're making a mistake, he said quietly. The boy has a destiny. A prophecy that must be fulfilled. If you try to protect him from it, you'll only make things worse. I'm protecting him from you. That's all the destiny I care about. Dumbledore left without another word. But Harry, watching from the window of his room, saw the expression on the old wizard's face as he walked away. It wasn't defeat. It was patience. The Hogwarts letter arrived on Harry's 11th birthday. He was in the garden with Draco, practicing dueling forms under Lucius's watchful eye, when the owl swept down and dropped the heavy parchment envelope at his feet. His name was written on the front in emerald ink, flowing script that seemed almost alive. Mr. H. Black, the East Bedroom, Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire. Harry picked it up and felt the weight of it, not just the physical weight, but the weight of everything it represented. Hogwarts. The school where his birth parents had met, where his adopted family had been educated for generations, where Dumbledore waited with plans and prophecies and expectations. Well? Draco bounced on his heels, his own letter already opened and read 3 times over. What does it say? Harry broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dear Mr. Black, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress Harry read it twice, then looked up at his family, his mother and father standing together, his brother grinning beside him, all of them watching with varying degrees of pride and anticipation. I'm going to Hogwarts, he said. We're going to Hogwarts, Draco corrected, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Together. Like we do everything. Harry smiled, a real smile, the kind that reached his eyes. Whatever waited for them at that ancient castle, whatever challenges and enemies and prophecies lurked in the shadows, they would face it the same way they had faced everything else. As brothers. As family. As Malfoys. The trip to Diagon Alley was a production. Narcissa insisted on accompanying both boys personally, with Lucius joining them for the more significant purchases. They made quite a procession, the Malfoys in their finest robes, Harry walking between his brother and mother, his bearing straight and confident despite the crowds that turned to stare. He knew what they were whispering. The boy who lived, raised by Death Eaters. The Potter heir, stolen by Malfoys. The child of prophecy, corrupted by dark magic. Let them whisper. He knew who he was. Ollivander's first, Narcissa decided. Wands are the most important purchase, and Garrick keeps irregular hours. The wand shop was exactly as Harry had imagined, cramped, dusty, stacked floor to ceiling with narrow boxes that hummed with contained magic. The air tasted of potential, of power waiting to be claimed. Ah! The voice came from nowhere and everywhere at once. Young Mr. Black. Or should I say, Potter? Ollivander materialized from between the shelves, his pale eyes gleaming with unsettling intensity. He studied Harry like a specimen under glass, cataloging, evaluating, judging. I remember every wand I've ever sold, he said softly. Your mother's wand was willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Excellent for charm work. Your father's was mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. A powerful wand for transfiguration. He paused. And I remember the wand that gave you that scar. You, 13½ inches. I sold it to a young man named Tom Riddle, 50 years ago. The temperature in the shop seemed to drop. I'm here for my own wand, Harry said. His voice was calm, but his eyes were hard. Not to discuss history. Ollivander's lips curved slightly. Of course. Let's see what chooses you. The process took nearly an hour. Wand after wand rejected Harry, some violently, some with quiet disdain. The boxes piled up around them, discarded options that had found him wanting. Draco's fitting had taken 10 minutes, Harry's was approaching 70. Tricky customer, Ollivander murmured, more to himself than anyone else. Very tricky indeed. He disappeared into the back of the shop, returning with a box that looked older than the others, the wood darker, the silver clasps tarnished with age. I wonder, he said. Could it be? He opened the box. The wand inside was beautiful, dark wood polished to a deep gleam, elegant and deadly, seemingly carved from shadow itself. Harry reached for it without thinking, his fingers closing around the handle. The world exploded. Magic surged through him like lightning, like wildfire, like the first breath after drowning. The wand sang in his hand, its voice harmonizing with something deep in his core. Golden sparks erupted from the tip, swirling around him in a spiral that grew brighter and brighter until, silence. Harry stood in the center of the shop, the wand in his hand, power thrumming through every cell of his body. Curious, Ollivander whispered. Very curious. What's curious? Draco demanded, his eyes wide. That wand is elder, 12 inches, with a core of thestral hair, one of only 3 such wands I've ever made. It has been in this shop for 200 years, waiting for the right wizard. Ollivander's pale eyes fixed on Harry. Elder wands are notoriously difficult to master. They recognize power, and power alone. That one has rejected every customer who ever touched it. Until me. Until you. Ollivander's smile was unnerving. I expect great things from you, Mr. Black. Great and terrible things. Harry met his gaze steadily. I expect great things from myself. The rest of Diagon Alley passed in a blur. Books from Flourish and Blots. Robes from Madame Malkin's. Cauldrons and scales and telescopes and all the other equipment a first-year student required. Harry moved through it all in a daze, his new wand a constant presence against his wrist, its power humming quietly beneath his skin. They were leaving the apothecary when Harry saw her. She was his age, maybe a bit younger, bushy brown hair, slightly overlarge front teeth, arms full of books that looked far too advanced for a first year. She was walking quickly, her eyes down, clearly trying to avoid the attention of the shoppers around her. She failed. A group of boys, teenagers, maybe 4th or 5th years, with the arrogant swagger of pure-blood heirs, blocked her path. One of them knocked the books from her arms, sending them scattering across the cobblestones. Watch where you're going, mudblood, he sneered. The girl's face went red. She dropped to her knees, scrambling to gather her books, her eyes bright with tears she was clearly fighting not to shed. Harry didn't think. He just moved. Pick them up. The boys turned. The leader, a tall, dark-haired youth with a cruel mouth, looked Harry up and down dismissively. Who are you supposed to be? Someone who's telling you to pick up her books. Harry's voice was calm, but something dangerous lurked beneath the surface. Now. Or what? You'll hex me. The boy laughed. I'm a not. My father, I don't care who your father is. Harry stepped closer, and the air around him seemed to shimmer. I said pick them up. Something in his tone, or perhaps something in his eyes, made the boy hesitate. He looked at Harry more closely, taking in the expensive robes, the black family crest on his shoulder, the wand that had appeared in his hand without anyone seeing him draw it. You're him, the boy said slowly. You're Potter. The boy who lived. My name is Black. And you have 3 seconds to pick up those books before I demonstrate exactly what that means. The silence stretched. Then, slowly, Theodore knelt and began gathering the scattered volumes. Harry watched until every book was returned to the girl's arms. Then he turned and walked away without a backward glance. Thank you, the girl called after him. I'm Hermione. Hermione Granger. Harry paused. Harry Black. I'll see you at Hogwarts, Hermione. He rejoined his family, ignoring Draco's raised eyebrow and Narcissa's knowing smile. Making friends already? Draco asked. Something like that. The train to Hogwarts left from platform 9 3/4 on September 1st. Harry stood on the platform with his family, his trunk already loaded, his wand secure in his holster. Around them, other families said their goodbyes, tears and hugs and last-minute advice echoing through the steam-filled air. Remember what we discussed, Lucius said quietly, his hand on Harry's shoulder. Slytherin House will be watching you. Some will see you as an asset. Others will see you as a threat. Read the room before you commit to any alliances. I will. And keep an eye on Draco. He's too trusting for his own good. I heard that, Draco protested. You were meant to. Lucius's expression softened slightly, as much as it ever did. Make us proud, both of you. Narcissa pulled both boys into a fierce embrace. Write every week. Don't let Dumbledore corner you alone. And please, for Merlin's sake, try not to start any wars before Christmas. No promises, Harry said, and she laughed despite herself. The whistle blew. Harry and Draco boarded the train together, found an empty compartment, and watched through the window as the platform began to slide away. Their family stood together, Lucius's arm around Narcissa's shoulders, growing smaller and smaller until they disappeared around a bend. So, Draco said, sprawling across the seat opposite Harry. Hogwarts. Hogwarts. Nervous? Harry considered the question. He thought about Dumbledore, waiting at the castle with his plans and prophecies. He thought about the thing in his scar, still bound but never silent. He thought about the enemies who saw him as a symbol and the allies who saw him as a weapon. "No," he said finally. "I'm ready." The train picked up speed, carrying them toward the ancient castle in the north. Toward destiny. Toward whatever came next. Harry leaned back in his seat, his wand warm against his wrist, and smiled. Let Hogwarts come. He was a Malfoy, a Black, a Potter. He was ready for anything. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, First year. The Hogwarts Express wound through the Scottish Highlands like a great scarlet serpent, steam billowing from its engine as the landscape shifted from gentle farmland to wild moorland to craggy mountains shrouded in mist. Harry watched it all through the compartment window, his reflection ghosting over the passing scenery, green eyes and dark hair and the faint silver highlights that marked him as Black by blood as well as name. Draco had fallen asleep an hour ago, stretched across the opposite seat with his head pillowed on his folded robe. Harry envied him that easy rest. His own mind wouldn't quiet, churning through scenarios and contingencies and the thousand small calculations that would determine how the next 7 years unfolded. The compartment door slid open. Harry's wand was in his hand before conscious thought caught up, a reflex drilled into him through 4 years of Lucius's training. He relaxed fractionally when he saw who stood in the doorway. Hermione Granger clutched a book to her chest like a shield, her eyes wide at the wand pointed at her face. Behind her, a round-faced boy with a nervous expression peered over her shoulder. "I'm sorry," Hermione said quickly. "We didn't mean to intrude. It's just that everywhere else is full, and Neville's lost his toad, and I thought maybe, come in." Harry lowered his wand, gesturing to the empty space beside Draco's sprawled form. "Mind my brother. He sleeps like the dead." Hermione hesitated, clearly surprised by the invitation. Harry understood why. She had seen how the pureblood boys treated her in Diagon Alley. She had no reason to expect better from a Malfoy. "Come on," the round-faced boy, Neville, said, gently pushing her forward. "He seems nice enough. And I really need to find Trevor before we get there." They settled into the compartment, Hermione perching carefully on the edge of the seat while Neville immediately began searching under cushions for his missing toad. Harry studied them both with the analytical eye Lucius had cultivated in him. Hermione Granger, Muggle-born, obviously intelligent, probably the top of her class in every subject she'd ever studied. Desperately eager to prove herself, which suggested insecurity beneath the bookish exterior. Potentially valuable as an ally, raw talent often trumped bloodline in practical applications. Neville Longbottom, pure blood, from one of the sacred 28 families. Son of Frank and Alice Longbottom, Aurors tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange. Nervous and uncertain, but there was something in his eyes, a quiet strength waiting to emerge. His grandmother was formidable, he might be too, given the right circumstances. "You're Harry Black," Hermione said, breaking the silence. "Formerly Harry Potter. The boy who lived. I know who I am. I've read about you. In modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. She paused. "They all say different things about what happened the night your parents died. Books often disagree. That's why you have to read more than one." Hermione's expression shifted, surprised, perhaps, that he wasn't offended. "The accounts are very contradictory. Some say you defeated you-know-who with accidental magic. Others say your mother's sacrifice created a protection that rebounded the killing curse. One book even suggested that you absorbed his power somehow. What do you believe?" She considered the question seriously, her brow furrowing. "I think something happened that night that no one fully understands. Something that changed the rules of what magic can and can't do." Her eyes met his directly. "I think you're more important than even you realize." Harry felt a flicker of respect. Most people tiptoed around his history, afraid to acknowledge the elephant in the room. Hermione charged straight at it. "Maybe," he said. "Or maybe I'm just a boy who got lucky and has been paying for it ever since. Luck doesn't explain everything I've read about you." "What have you read about me?" "That you were raised by the Malfoys after being removed from your Muggle relatives. That there was a custody battle involving Albus Dumbledore himself. That you were blood adopted into the House of Black through an ancient ritual that hasn't been performed in centuries." She leaned forward slightly. "That you're possibly the most powerful young wizard in Britain." Draco stirred on the seat beside her, mumbling something about peacocks. Harry allowed himself a small smile. "I see you've done your research." "I always do my research." Hermione hesitated. "I also read that the Malfoys that they have certain views about Muggleborns." "Some Malfoys. Some views." Harry's expression remained neutral. "I was raised by them, but I'm not them. I make my own judgments about people." "And what's your judgment of me?" "You're brilliant, probably more intelligent than anyone else in our year. You're ambitious, driven by a need to prove that your blood doesn't determine your worth. You're brave enough to ask hard questions of dangerous people." Harry met her eyes. "I think you're exactly the kind of person I want to know." Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. Thank you. That's very kind." "It's not kindness. It's observation." Harry glanced at Neville, who had given up searching for his toad and was listening with wide eyes. "You're Longbottom. Augusta's grandson." Neville flinched at the mention of his grandmother. "Yes. Yes. I knew your parents were Aurors. Good ones, from what I've heard." Harry's voice was carefully neutral. "The people who hurt them are still in Azkaban. My Aunt Bellatrix among them." The compartment went very still. "You know about that?" Neville's voice was barely a whisper. "I know about a lot of things. The Lestranges are family, technically. That doesn't mean I approve of what they did." Harry held Neville's gaze steadily. "Your parents were heroes. What happened to them was evil. If you ever want to talk about it, or if you don't, that's your choice. But you should know that I see you, Neville Longbottom. Not your family name. Not your parents' legacy. You." Neville stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Thank you," he said quietly. The tension in the compartment eased. Draco chose that moment to wake up, blinking sleepily at the two newcomers. "Did I miss something?" he asked. "Just making friends," Harry said. "Without me?" Draco sat up, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "Rude. You were sleeping. I was resting my eyes. There's a difference." He turned to examine Hermione and Neville with frank curiosity. "I'm Draco Malfoy. Harry's brother. You're Granger, from the bookshop incident. And you're Longbottom. I recognize you from the Ministry Gala last year." "You were at that?" Neville looked surprised. "Father dragged us along. Dreadfully boring, except for the bit where Minister Fudge got drunk and fell into the fountain." Draco grinned. "Mother had to obviate 3 journalists." Hermione's eyes went wide. That's illegal. Only if you get caught. First rule of pureblood society, everything is legal if no one remembers it happened. That's terrible. That's politics." Draco shrugged. "You'll get used to it. Or you won't. Either way, Hogwarts is going to be interesting." The train rattled on through the gathering dusk. They arrived at Hogsmeade Station as the last light faded from the sky. Harry stepped onto the platform and felt the weight of ancient magic settle over him like a cloak. The air here was different, charged with power, thrumming with centuries of accumulated enchantment. Hogwarts Castle loomed in the distance, its towers and turrets silhouetted against a sky scattered with early stars. Furs years over here." The voice belonged to the largest man Harry had ever seen, easily 8 feet tall and nearly as wide, with a wild black beard that seemed to have its own ecosystem. He carried a lantern that looked like a toy in his massive hand, beckoning the nervous first-years toward a fleet of small boats bobbing at the edge of a dark lake. "That's Hagrid," Draco murmured. "The groundskeeper. Father says he was expelled from Hogwarts decades ago for something dangerous. He's not supposed to do magic." "Expelled for what?" "No one knows. Or no one's talking." Harry filed the information away. Everyone had secrets. The trick was learning which ones mattered. The boat ride across the lake was silent and strange, the water black as ink beneath them, the castle growing larger and larger until it filled the entire sky. Harry felt his scar prickle as they passed through the outer wards, not painfully, but with a kind of recognition. The magic here was old. Older than the ministry, older than pure-blood politics, older perhaps than written history. It knew him. Or rather, it knew what he carried. They disembarked at an underground harbor and climbed stone steps that seemed to go on forever. Professor McGonagall waited for them at the top, a severe woman in emerald robes, her grey hair pulled back in a tight bun, her eyes sharp enough to cut glass. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, and her voice carried the weight of someone who had said these words 1,000 times and meant them every single time. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats, you must be sorted into your houses." She explained the houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, with the practiced efficiency of long experience. Harry listened with half an ear, his attention focused on the great oak doors behind her and what lay beyond them. The great hall. Where Dumbledore waited. "Form a line and follow me." The doors swung open. Harry had seen impressive spaces before, the Ministry atrium, the Malfoy ballroom, the ancient chambers beneath the manor where his adoption ritual had been performed. But the Great Hall of Hogwarts was something else entirely. For long tables stretched the length of the room, filled with students in black robes, their faces turned toward the entering first years with varying degrees of interest. Thousands of candles floated overhead, their light soft and golden, and above them, the ceiling wasn't there. Or rather, it was there but enchanted to mirror the sky outside, a velvet expanse of deep blue scattered with stars, wisps of cloud drifting lazily across an imaginary wind. "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside," Hermione whispered beside him. "I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." Harry barely heard her. His attention was fixed on the high table at the far end of the hall. Dumbledore sat in the center, his silver beard flowing over robes of midnight blue, his half-moon spectacles catching the candlelight. He looked exactly as Harry remembered, grandfatherly and wise and utterly, fundamentally dangerous. Their eyes met across the length of the hall. Dumbledore smiled. Harry didn't. The Sorting Hat was older than it had any right to be, a ragged, patched thing that looked like it should have been thrown away centuries ago. Professor McGonagall placed it on a stool at the front of the hall, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then a rip near the brim opened like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. Harry listened to the song with growing unease. It spoke of the 4 founders and their different values, of the houses they had created and the students they had sought. But beneath the cheerful verses, Harry sensed something else, a consciousness vast and old and deeply strange, watching the assembled students with eyes that weren't eyes. The song ended. The hall applauded. McGonagall unrolled a long scroll and began calling names. Abbott, Hannah. A nervous girl with blonde pigtails stumbled forward. The hat was placed on her head and almost immediately shouted, "Hufflepuff." The Hufflepuff table cheered. Hannah Abbott hurried to join them, her face flushed with relief. Name after name was called. Some sortings took seconds, others stretched into minutes. Harry watched each one, cataloging the patterns, trying to understand the hat's criteria. Black, Hadrian. The hall went silent. Harry walked forward, keeping his pace steady, his expression neutral. He could feel the weight of hundreds of stares, the whispered speculation rippling through the tables. The boy who lived. The Malfoy ward. The mystery. He sat on the stool. The hat descended over his eyes, blocking out the hall and everything in it. "Well, well," said a voice in his mind. "What have we here?" Harry had been expecting this, the mental intrusion, the probing consciousness. His occlumency shields rose automatically, walls of ice and steel protecting his innermost thoughts. "Impressive," the hat said. "Very impressive. Such defenses in one so young. Lucius Malfoy taught you well." "Get on with it," Harry thought back. "Patience, Mr. Black. Or should I call you Potter? You seem to answer to both. Call me whatever you like. Just sort me." "Ah, but that's the difficulty." The hat's voice was tinged with something that might have been amusement. "You would do well in any house. Courage enough for Gryffindor, you took an unforgivable curse to save your brother. Intelligence enough for Ravenclaw, your mind is sharper than most adults I've sorted. Loyalty enough for Hufflepuff, you would burn the world for those you love. And Slytherin? Slytherin most of all." The hat's consciousness pressed against his shields, not attacking but exploring. Ambition beyond measure. Cunning beyond years. A willingness to do whatever is necessary to protect what's yours. It paused. "But there's something else. Something dark and foreign, wrapped around your soul like a parasite." Harry's shields hardened. "That's none of your business." "Everything in your mind is my business, Mr. Black. That's rather the point." The hat's tone shifted, becoming serious. "I know what you carry. I've felt it before, 50 years ago, when a young man named Tom Riddle sat where you sit now. He had the same darkness in him. The same hunger. I'm not Tom Riddle. No. You're not. The darkness in you is external, a fragment, not a core. But it's there nonetheless, and it will shape your path whether you acknowledge it or not." Harry said nothing. "I could put you in Gryffindor," the hat mused. "Your birth father's house. It might help you resist the darker impulses, surround you with those who value courage and righteousness. Dumbledore would certainly prefer it." "I don't care what Dumbledore prefers." "No. I can see that." The hat was quiet for a moment. "Very well, Mr. Black. You know where you belong. You've known since before you walked through those doors. The only question is whether you have the courage to claim it." "I have the courage," Harry thought. "I have everything I need." "Then let it be, Slytherin." The hall erupted. Harry pulled off the hat and walked toward the Slytherin table, his head held high, ignoring the mixed reactions that surrounded him. Cheers from Slytherin, shocked whispers from Gryffindor, calculating stares from the high table where Dumbledore watched with an expression Harry couldn't read. He found a seat near the end of the table, leaving space for Draco, and waited. His brother was sorted into Slytherin 3 minutes later, to no one's surprise. He dropped onto the bench beside Harry with a grin that didn't quite hide his relief. "That took forever," Draco muttered. "Stupid hat wanted to put me in Ravenclaw. Can you imagine? Father would have had a stroke. You would have done well in Ravenclaw. I would have done well anywhere. That's not the point." Draco leaned closer. "Did the hat say anything strange to you?" Harry thought about the fragment of Tom Riddle wrapped around his soul. "Nothing important." "Liar." But Draco let it go, turning his attention to the rest of the sorting. Hermione went to Gryffindor, as Harry had half expected. She shot him a complicated look as she walked to her new table, gratitude for his earlier kindness, maybe, or disappointment that they wouldn't be in the same house. Harry inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Neville also went to Gryffindor, though the hat took nearly 5 minutes to decide. He looked terrified the entire time. Theodore Nott joined Slytherin, along with a pug-faced girl named Pansy Parkinson, a large boy named Gregory Goyle, and his nearly identical companion Vincent Crabbe. Harry catalogued them all, noting which ones looked at him with hostility, which with calculation, which with simple curiosity. And then, Greengrass, Daphne. A girl with ice-blonde hair and eyes the color of winter sky walked forward. Her expression was carefully blank, revealing nothing, the mask of a pure-blood princess trained from birth to show no weakness. The hat barely touched her head before shouting, "Slytherin." She walked to the table with perfect poise, her robes swirling around her ankles. Without hesitation, she took the seat directly across from Harry. "Black," she said. Her voice was cool, measured. "Greengrass. I've heard a great deal about you. And I about you. Your father controls half the import licenses in Wizarding Britain. Your family stayed neutral during the war, profiting from both sides without committing to either." Something flickered in her eyes, surprise, maybe, or respect. "You've done your research." "I always do my research." A ghost of a smile touched her lips. "Then we should get along very well." The sorting concluded with Blaise Zabini joining their table. Dumbledore rose to give a speech full of nonsense words and thinly veiled warnings, and then the feast appeared. Harry ate mechanically, his attention divided between the conversations around him and the high table where Dumbledore held court. The headmaster didn't look at him directly, but Harry could feel the old wizard's attention like a weight on his shoulders. "You're watching me," he thought. "You're waiting to see what I do." He cut his steak with precise, deliberate motions. "Watch all you want, old man. I'm not your pawn." The Slytherin common room was in the dungeons, hidden behind a stretch of bare stone wall that responded to a password. The current password was "Pure Blood," a choice that made Draco snort with amusement and Harry's expression go very still. "Traditionally appropriate," Draco murmured. "But not very subtle. Subtlety isn't exactly our house's strong suit." The common room itself was magnificent in a cold, underwater way. Green-tinged light filtered through windows that looked out into the lake, casting strange shadows across the stone walls. Silver lanterns hung from the ceiling, and the furniture was all dark leather and ancient wood, arranged in clusters that suggested decades of territorial negotiations. A fire burned in the great hearth, impossibly warm given the damp chill of the dungeons, and before it stood a tall man with a hooked nose and lank black hair. "I am Professor Snape," he said, his voice like silk over broken glass. "Head of Slytherin House. You will find that my house values cunning, ambition, and a certain flexibility of morals. We do not suffer fools, we do not tolerate weakness, and we do not forgive betrayal." His black eyes swept across the assembled first years, lingering for a moment on Harry. "Some of you come from families with long associations with this house. Others come from newer stock." His lip curled slightly. "It matters not. Within these walls, you are Slytherins first and everything else second. You will present a united front to the rest of the school. You will not air internal disputes where other houses can see. You will support your housemates in public, whatever you may think of them in private." He paused, letting the words sink in. "Dormitory assignments are posted on the board. First years will room in pairs. Classes begin tomorrow. I suggest you rest, the next 7 years will test you in ways you cannot imagine." He swept out without another word. "Cheerful, isn't he?" Draco muttered. Harry was already moving toward the assignment board. His name was listed beside Theodore Knott's, an interesting choice, given their encounter in Diagon Alley. Draco was paired with Blaise Zabini. "We're not together," Draco said, frowning at the board. "Father said he would speak to Snape about keeping us in the same room." "Father's wishes aren't Snape's priority." Harry studied the assignments with a strategist's eye. "This is deliberate. They're separating us, seeing how we operate independently. That's paranoid. That's Slytherin." Theodore Knott was already in their dormitory when Harry arrived, unpacking his trunk with careful, precise movements. He looked up when Harry entered, his expression wary. Black. Not. Harry set his own trunk at the foot of the unclaimed bed. Interesting that they paired us together. Is it? Given our last interaction, I would think so. Not's jaw tightened. About that, forget it. What? I said forget it. You were posturing for your friends, trying to prove you belonged. I understand the impulse, even if I don't respect the target. Harry began unpacking his belongings with the same methodical precision Not had displayed. We're housemates now. Whatever happened before doesn't matter. Not stared at him for a long moment. Just like that? Would you prefer I hold a grudge? Plot revenge? Spend 7 years making your life miserable over one stupid incident in a bookshop? Harry shook his head. I have bigger concerns than your adolescent need to prove yourself. If you want to be enemies, we can be enemies. If you want to be allies, we can be allies. But I'm not wasting energy on petty feuds. The silence stretched. You're not what I expected, Not said finally. I rarely am. The stories about you, the boy who lived, raised by Death Eaters, I thought you'd be. He trailed off, apparently unable to find the right word. Damaged? Dangerous? Dark? Harry smiled thinly. I'm all of those things and more. But I'm also practical. And practically speaking, having Theodore not as an ally is more valuable than having Theodore not as an enemy. And what would I get out of this alliance? Protection. Resources. Access to the Black family library, if something specific interests you. Harry met his eyes directly. And the knowledge that when the storm comes, and it is coming, Not, make no mistake about that, you'll be standing on the winning side. Not considered this for a long moment. You really believe it, don't you? That something's coming? I know it is. Harry's voice was quiet but certain. The Dark Lord isn't dead. He's waiting, weakened, reduced, but waiting. And when he returns, everyone will have to choose sides. I intend to make sure that choice is as easy as possible for those wise enough to see clearly. And which side is that? Mine. The word hung in the air between them, not arrogant, not boastful, simply stated as fact. Not let out a slow breath. My father talks about him sometimes. The Dark Lord. About the old days, the power, the purpose. He says it was glorious. It was delusion. Clever manipulation wrapped in ideology, designed to benefit one man at the expense of everyone else. Harry finished unpacking and sat on the edge of his bed. The Dark Lord used pureblood supremacy as a recruiting tool, nothing more. He's a half-blood himself, did your father mention that? Tom Marvolo Riddle, son of a Muggle father and a Squib-born witch. Everything he taught was a lie designed to accumulate power. Not's face went pale. How do you know that? I know many things. Harry's expression gave nothing away. The question is what you'll do with the information. Believe me or don't. Follow the old ways or forge new ones. It's your choice. He lay back on his bed and closed his eyes, effectively ending the conversation. After a long moment, he heard Not move, finishing his unpacking, climbing into his own bed, extinguishing the lanterns with a whispered spell. Darkness settled over the room. In the quiet, Harry felt his scar pulse once, a distant throb of something cold and alien, reaching toward him through whatever connection bound them together. Not yet, he thought at it. You're not ready. And neither am I. The pulse faded. Harry slept. The first week of classes established several things very clearly. First, Harry was the most naturally talented student in their year. Not just in one subject but in all of them, defense against the dark arts, charms, transfiguration, potions. Where other students struggled with basic spells, Harry performed them with casual precision. Where others took notes frantically, Harry listened once and remembered everything. It wasn't arrogance. It was simply fact. Second, the teachers didn't know what to make of him. Professor McGonagall watched him with wary respect, clearly impressed by his abilities but uncertain about his loyalties. Professor Flitwick was delighted by his charm work, bouncing with excitement whenever Harry demonstrated a particularly elegant technique. Professor Sprout seemed actively nervous around him, though she tried to hide it. And Professor Snape. Snape was the exception. "Potter," he said on the first day of potions, his voice dripping with contempt. "Our new celebrity." "My name is Black, Professor." Harry's response was mild, but something dangerous flickered in his eyes. "Is it? I was under the impression that names could be changed rather easily. Blood is a different matter." Snape's lip curled. "Tell me, Black, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "The draught of living death, sir. One of the most powerful sleeping potions in existence." Snape's eyes narrowed. "And where would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone that acts as an antidote to most poisons." "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir. Also known as aconite." A muscle twitched in Snape's jaw. "It seems you've opened a book at some point. 10 points to Slytherin for not being completely useless." He swept away to terrorize the Gryffindor half of the class, and Harry felt Draco's elbow nudge his ribs. "That was almost cordial," Draco whispered. "He actually gave you points." "He's testing me. Trying to figure out where I stand." "Where do you stand?" Harry watched Snape berate a terrified Neville Longbottom for adding the wrong ingredient to his cauldron. "Exactly where I need to be." The third thing the first week established was that Harry had enemies. Not all of Slytherin welcomed the boy who lived into their midst. Some saw him as a trophy, proof that the old family still held power, that blood and breeding trumped whatever accident of fate had made Harry famous. But others saw him as a threat. Marcus Flint was a fifth year with the build of a troll and the temperament to match. He was also, according to Draco's intelligence network, the unofficial enforcer for a faction of older students who resented the attention Harry was receiving. He cornered Harry in the common room on Friday evening, when most of the house was at dinner. "Black." Flint's voice was a low growl. "Or should I call you Potter? Hard to keep track of all your names." "Either works." Harry didn't look up from the book he was reading. "Is there something I can help you with, Flint?" "Yeah, actually. You can help me understand why a half-blood pretender thinks he belongs in this house." Harry turned a page. "I was sorted here by the sorting hat. The same way everyone else is sorted. If you have complaints about the process, I suggest you take them up with Professor Snape." Flint's hand shot out and knocked the book from Harry's grasp. It hit the floor with a thud that echoed in the empty common room. "Look at me when I'm talking to you." Harry looked up. His expression was calm, almost bored, but something in his eyes made Flint take an involuntary step backward. The air around them seemed to grow heavier, charged with potential like the moment before a lightning strike. "Pick up my book," Harry said quietly. "What?" "Pick up my book." Flint's face twisted with anger. "You don't give me orders, you little." Harry moved. One moment he was seated in his chair. The next, he was standing inches from Flint, his wand pressed against the older boy's throat, his eyes blazing with cold green fire. "I don't know what stories you've heard about me," Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know what your friends told you, what your parents warned you about, what fears keep you awake at night. But I want you to listen very carefully, because I'm only going to say this once." Flint's Adam's apple bobbed against the wand tip. "I am Harry Black, heir to the House of Black, blood-adopted son of Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy, and I have faced things that would make your nightmares weep with envy. I have taken an unforgivable curse and remained standing. I have broken wizards twice your age with nothing but my will and my magic. And I do not tolerate bullies." The wand pressed harder, forcing Flint's head back. Now. Pick up my book. Say you're sorry. And walk away. Do that, and we never speak of this again. Refuse, and I will make the next 7 years of your life so unpleasant that you'll beg for expulsion. The silence stretched. Then, slowly, Marcus Flint bent and picked up the fallen book. Sorry, he muttered. I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. The words were forced through gritted teeth, but they came. Better. Harry took the book and stepped back, his wand disappearing into his robes with a fluid motion. Now go. And tell your friends that Harry Black doesn't play games. Flint fled. Harry watched him go, his expression unreadable. Then he returned to his chair, opened his book to the page he'd been reading, and continued as if nothing had happened. When Draco found him 20 minutes later, surrounded by a common room full of students who looked at Harry with new wariness, he didn't ask what had happened. He didn't need to. Halloween arrived with the smell of roasting pumpkins and the sound of excited chatter filling the corridors. Harry had been at Hogwarts for 2 months now, and in that time, he had established himself as a force to be reckoned with. His academic performance was flawless, his political maneuvering subtle but effective, his reputation among the Slytherins growing with each passing week. He had also been watching. Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher, was wrong. Not obviously wrong, he played his role of nervous, stuttering scholar well enough to fool most observers. But Harry had been trained by Lucius Malfoy, and Lucius had taught him to look beneath surfaces. Quirrell's magical signature was doubled. Layered. As if 2 souls occupied the same body. Harry knew what that meant. Or suspected, at least. The connection in his scar had been growing stronger, pulsing with recognition whenever Quirrell was nearby. Whatever fragment of Voldemort lived in Harry, it recognized something in the defense professor, something familiar, something kindred. Something terrifying. Harry had not mentioned his suspicions to anyone. Not Draco, not his parents, not even the letters he exchanged weekly with Narcissa. This was his burden to carry, his mystery to solve. But tonight, on Halloween, something was going to happen. He could feel it in his bones, in his scar, in the ancient magic that permeated Hogwarts walls. The feast was magnificent, mountains of food, clouds of live bats, jack-o'-lanterns the size of carriages floating overhead. Harry sat with Draco and their growing circle of allies, eating mechanically while his attention remained fixed on the high table. Quirrell was absent. So was Snape. And then the doors burst open and Quirrell came running in, his turban askew, his face white with terror. Troll, he screamed. Troll in the dungeons. He collapsed in a dead faint, or a very convincing imitation of one. The great hall erupted into chaos. Dumbledore's voice cut through the panic, amplified by magic, ordering the prefects to lead students back to their dormitories. But Harry was already moving, slipping away from the crowd, his wand in his hand. Because he had noticed something else, Hermione Granger wasn't at the Gryffindor table. He found her in the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor, cornered by a 12-foot mountain troll with skin like granite and a club the size of a tree trunk. She was screaming, backing away, her wand forgotten in her terror. The troll raised its club. Harry didn't think. He didn't plan. He just acted. Confringo. The blasting curse caught the troll in the shoulder, spinning it around with a roar of pain and fury. It wasn't enough to stop the creature, trolls were famously resistant to magic, but it gave Hermione time to scramble away. Run! Harry shouted, already moving, putting himself between the troll and its intended victim. Get out of here. I can't just leave you, I said run. The troll charged. Harry dodged the first swing, feeling the wind of the club's passage ruffle his hair. He ducked under the second, rolled away from the third, his mind racing through options and discarding them. Trolls were resistant to most spells. Their hide was too thick, their magic resistance too strong. But there were always weaknesses. Always vulnerabilities. The eyes. Harry raised his wand and focused everything he had, all his training, all his power, all the desperate need to protect. Quisitas. The blinding curse was NEWT-level magic. Harry had never cast it before, had only read about it in one of Lucius's restricted texts. But the magic flowed through him like water through a broken dam, pouring out in a torrent of white-hot light. The troll screamed. It dropped its club, massive hands clawing at its eyes, stumbling blindly around the bathroom and smashing sinks and stalls in its agony. Harry pressed his advantage, conjuring ropes to tangle its legs, levitating debris to block its path, directing its blind rampage toward the far wall. The troll hit the wall and went down hard. Harry didn't hesitate. He picked up the fallen club. It was almost too heavy to lift, but adrenaline lent him strength, and brought it down on the troll's skull with all the force he could muster. Once. Twice. 3 times. The troll stopped moving. Harry stood over its body, chest heaving, club still raised, his robe splattered with something that might have been blood or might have been brain matter. He didn't care. The threat was neutralized. That was all that mattered. Harry. He turned. Hermione stood in the doorway, her face white with shock, her hands trembling. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Am I? You just killed a troll. By yourself. You're 11 years old and you just..." She stopped, pressing her hands to her mouth. "How did you do that?" "Practice." Harry let the club fall from numb fingers. Lots and lots of practice. The sound of running footsteps. Professor McGonagall burst into the bathroom, followed by Snape and, Harry's stomach clenched, Quirrell. McGonagall took in the scene with wide eyes, the destroyed bathroom, the unconscious troll, the first-year student standing over it like some kind of tiny warrior. "What on earth?" "It attacked her," Harry said, his voice flat with exhaustion. "I stopped it." "You stopped it? You stopped a mountain troll?" "How?" "It was incredible," Hermione said, stepping forward. "He saved my life, Professor. He distracted it and blinded it and knocked it unconscious all by himself. If he hadn't come..." She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. McGonagall's expression shifted from shock to something more complicated, respect, maybe, mixed with concern. 50 points to Slytherin, she said quietly. For outstanding courage in the face of danger. And Mr. Black, yes, Professor. Please report to the hospital wing to be checked for injuries. And then. She hesitated. And then perhaps we should have a conversation about exactly what kind of magic an 11-year-old should be capable of. Harry nodded. He was already walking toward the door when he felt it, a brush against his mental shields, light and probing, like fingers testing a lock. Quirrell was watching him. And behind Quirrell's watery eyes, something else was watching too. Something that recognized him. Something that hated him. Harry met that gaze without flinching. "I know what you are," he thought. "And I'm not afraid of you." The presence behind Quirrell's eyes smiled. "You should be," it seemed to say. "You should be." The weeks after Halloween were quiet, but the quiet was deceptive. Harry knew Quirrell was planning something. The defense professor had been sneaking around the third-floor corridor, the one Dumbledore had warned was off-limits, with increasing frequency. The scar prickle that had once been occasional was now constant, a low thrum of awareness that never quite faded. Draco noticed the change. "You're not sleeping," he said one night, catching Harry in the common room at 3 a.m. "Don't lie to me, I can see it in your face." "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You're watching Quirrell like you expect him to sprout tentacles. You're avoiding Dumbledore more than usual. And every time we have defense class, you look like you're about to start a war." Draco sat down across from him, his gray eyes serious. "Talk to me, Harry. Whatever it is, you don't have to carry it alone." Harry was quiet for a long moment. "Do you trust me?" he asked finally. "With my life." Then trust me when I say that I can't tell you yet. Not because I don't want to, but because knowing would put you in danger. Harry met his brother's eyes. There's something happening in this castle. Something dark, something connected to what I carry. I'm handling it. But I need you to let me handle it my way. Draco's expression tightened. That's not fair. No. It's not. But it's necessary. Harry reached out and gripped Draco's shoulder. When it's time, when I have answers instead of suspicions, I'll tell you everything. I promise. But right now, the best way you can help me is by watching my back and trusting that I know what I'm doing. And if you're wrong? If whatever you're handling turns out to be bigger than you thought? Harry smiled grimly. Then I expect you to avenge me. That's not funny. It wasn't meant to be. They sat together in the darkness of the common room, the fire burned down to embers, the lake pressing against the windows like a living shadow. I hate this, Draco said quietly. I know. So do I. The confrontation came in spring. Harry had been tracking Quirrell's movements for months, mapping his patterns, anticipating his plans. He knew about the Philosopher's Stone, had researched it extensively after overhearing a conversation between Hagrid and a stranger in the Hog's Head. He knew Dumbledore had hidden it somewhere in the castle, protected by a series of obstacles designed to stop intruders. He also knew that Quirrell, or whatever rode inside Quirrell, intended to steal it. The night Quirrell made his move, Harry was waiting. The third-floor corridor was dark, the torches extinguished, the only light coming from the wand in Harry's hand. He stood before the door that led to the first challenge, listening to the sounds of someone approaching. Quirrell emerged from the shadows, his turban askew, his stutter conspicuously absent. "Mr. Black," he said, and his voice was different now, smoother, more confident. "I wondered if you might appear." "Professor Quirrell." Harry's wand didn't waver. "Or should I call you by your other name?" Quirrell smiled. "You're perceptive. More perceptive than the old fool gives you credit for. Dumbledore sees what he wants to see. It's his greatest weakness." "And what do you see?" Harry considered the question carefully. "I see a wizard who made a deal with something he doesn't understand. I see a host for a parasite that will consume him eventually, regardless of whatever promises were made. And I see a servant of Tom Riddle, doing his master's bidding in exchange for power he'll never actually receive." Quirrell's smile widened, and then his face twisted, his expression shifting into something alien and terrible. "Clever boy," said a voice that wasn't Quirrell's. "So very clever. But cleverness isn't enough to stop what's coming. Is that so?" Harry felt his scar blazing with pain, but he didn't flinch. "I stopped you once before. I was a baby then. Imagine what I can do now." Quirrell, or the thing inside Quirrell, laughed. "You stopped nothing. You were protected by your mother's sacrifice, a shield of love that burned me when I tried to touch you. But that protection fades with time. And you've been wrapped in darkness ever since, my darkness, a piece of myself that I left inside you that night." Harry's blood ran cold. "I know about the Horcrux." The laughter stopped. "What did you say?" "I know what you are. What you did to yourself, splitting your soul to avoid death. I know there's a piece of you in my scar, I've felt it for years, pressing against the walls that my family's magic built to contain it." Harry's voice was steady, but his heart was racing. "I also know that you're not complete. Not whole. And incomplete things are fragile, aren't they? Easy to break." Quirrell's body went rigid. When he spoke again, both voices emerged together, the professor's stutter and the cold hiss beneath it. "You know nothing, boy. You are a child playing with forces beyond your comprehension. Maybe." Harry raised his wand higher. "But I'm also the child who took an unforgivable curse and kept standing. The child who killed a mountain troll single-handed. The child who's been preparing for this moment for longer than you know." He smiled, and there was nothing childlike in it. So let's find out which of us is really playing. Quirrell attacked. The curse was dark, vicious, designed to flay skin from bone. Harry deflected it with a shield that flared golden in the darkness, already moving, already counterattacking. The corridor became a storm of magic. Harry had trained for this, had spent 4 years learning from Lucius, practicing against simulacra and house elves and occasionally even his adoptive father himself. He knew how to fight, how to think under pressure, how to turn an opponent's strength against them. But Quirrell was an adult wizard hosting the most dangerous Dark Lord in history. He was faster than Harry, more experienced, more ruthless. Every spell Harry blocked was followed by 2 more. Every opening he found was already closing. They fought through the corridor and into the first chamber, where a massive 3-headed dog slumbered under an enchantment. They fought through the second chamber, where a forest of devil's snare tried to strangle them both. They fought through the third and fourth and fifth, magic crackling around them, the very air screaming with power. And then they reached the final chamber. The mirror of Eriste stood in the center of the room, its golden frame gleaming in torchlight, its surface showing not reflections but desires. Dumbledore's final protection, a trap for the greedy, designed to keep the stone from anyone who wanted to use it. Harry looked into the mirror. He saw himself, but older, stronger, surrounded by family. His mother and father stood beside him, alive and whole. Draco was there, laughing at something. Narcissa and Lucius watched with pride. And in his reflection's hand, a small red stone gleamed. The reflection winked at him. The stone dropped into Harry's pocket. No. Quirrell lunged forward. Give it to me. Give me the stone. His hands closed around Harry's throat, and burst into flames. Quirrell screamed, stumbling backward, his skin blistering and blackening wherever it had touched Harry. The same protection that had saved him as a baby, dormant but not gone, roaring back to life in this moment of crisis. Love, Harry gasped, his throat burning where Quirrell had grabbed him. That's what protects me. Not magic, not blood, not power. Love. Quirrell was still screaming, still burning, his body crumbling from the inside out. And through the ruin of his face, Harry saw something else emerging, a shadowy form, smoke and malice and endless hunger. Voldemort's spirit. It hung in the air for a moment, formless and terrible, hatred radiating from it like heat from a forge. This isn't over, it hissed. You cannot escape me, Harry Potter. We are bound, you and I. Bound by prophecy, bound by blood, bound by the piece of my soul that lives inside you. Maybe, Harry said. But you're wrong about one thing. What's that? Harry smiled, and in that smile was everything he had learned, everything he had survived, everything he had become. My name is Harry Black. And I don't belong to anyone but myself. The spirit screamed, and fled. Harry stood alone in the chamber, the philosopher's stone heavy in his pocket, Quirrell's ashes settling around his feet. He had won. For now. Dumbledore found him there an hour later, sitting with his back against the mirror, his eyes closed, his breathing slow and steady. Harry. Headmaster. Dumbledore settled onto the floor beside him, his old bones creaking with the movement. For a long moment, neither spoke. You knew, Harry said finally. You knew Quirrell was possessed. You knew Voldemort was here, in the castle, trying to steal the stone. I suspected. But you let it play out. You let me fight him. You used me as bait. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. I will not insult you with excuses, Harry. You are clearly too intelligent for them. He sighed. Yes. I knew. Not with certainty, but with enough confidence to plan accordingly. I knew Tom would try for the stone. I knew he would likely confront you in the process. And I knew that the protection your mother left you, the love that lives in your blood, was the only thing that could stop him. So you gambled. With my life. I weighed the risks. If I had intervened directly, Tom would have fled. He would have found another host, another body, another plan. The threat would have continued indefinitely. Dumbledore's blue eyes were sad. By letting events unfold naturally, I gave you the chance to defeat him, truly defeat him, not just delay him. And you did. I could have died. Yes. You could have. Dumbledore met his gaze directly. I will not apologize for my choices, Harry. I made them with full knowledge of the consequences, and I stand by them. But I will tell you this, I underestimated you. I thought I was manipulating a pawn. I see now that I was awakening a king. Harry said nothing. The stone, Dumbledore said after a moment. May I have it? Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the small red gem. It gleamed in his palm, pulsing with potential, immortality, infinite gold, power beyond imagining. He handed it over without hesitation. I don't want it, he said. I don't want any of what it offers. No. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Most people would find the Philosopher's Stone quite tempting. Most people haven't learned what I've learned. Harry pushed himself to his feet, his body aching with exhaustion. Power isn't found in objects, Headmaster. It's found in choices. In relationships. In the things we're willing to sacrifice for the people we love. He looked down at Dumbledore, and for a moment, their positions seemed reversed, the old wizard looking up at the young one, awaiting judgment. I know you're not my enemy, Harry said quietly. But I'm not your ally either. Not anymore. You've shown me who you really are, a man willing to sacrifice children for the greater good. I understand that choice. I might even respect it. But I will never be your pawn again. He turned and walked toward the door. Harry. He paused but didn't turn back. The piece of Tom's soul inside you, Dumbledore said. It cannot remain forever. Someday, it will have to be dealt with. I know. When that day comes, I'll handle it myself. Harry's voice was flat. The same way I handle everything. With my family beside me and my enemies beneath me. He walked out of the chamber, leaving Dumbledore alone with the stone and the ashes and the weight of choices that could never be unmade. The end-of-year feast was a celebration, though Harry didn't feel much like celebrating. Slytherin won the House Cup, partly through Harry's academic performance, partly through the 50 points McGonagall had awarded for the troll incident. Dumbledore gave a speech about courage and friendship and the importance of making good choices, and if his eyes lingered on Harry longer than necessary, no one else seemed to notice. Hermione found him afterward, in the entrance hall, as students streamed toward the carriages that would take them to the train. Thank you, she said. For saving me. For everything. You don't have to thank me. I know. But I want to. She hesitated, then reached out and squeezed his hand briefly. You're not what people say you are, Harry Black. You're something much more. I hope that's a compliment. It is. She smiled, a real smile, warm and genuine. Have a good summer. Write to me. I will. She hurried off to join the other Gryffindors, her bushy hair bouncing with each step. Draco appeared at his elbow. Making friends with Gryffindors now. Making allies wherever I find them. Harry watched Hermione disappear into the crowd. She's brilliant, Draco. Possibly the most intelligent person in our year. Pure-blood politics be damned, I want her on our side. Father won't approve. Father will approve of results. And Hermione Granger is going to produce results. Draco considered this, then shrugged. Your funeral. They walked together toward the carriages, the castle rising behind them, the future stretching out ahead. Harry. Yes. What happened in the third-floor corridor? Really? Harry was quiet for a moment, watching the other students laugh and chatter, blissfully unaware of how close they had come to something terrible. "I'll tell you on the train," he said finally. "It's a long story. I've got time." "I know." Harry smiled, the first genuine smile he'd allowed himself in months. "That's why I'm going to tell you." They climbed into a carriage together, leaving Hogwarts behind, carrying secrets and scars and the knowledge that this was only the beginning. The real war was still coming. But when it arrived, Harry Black would be ready. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Serpents wore the summer after first year passed in a blur of training and research and the slow, meticulous work of building power. Harry spent his mornings in the Black family library, a cavernous space hidden beneath Grimmauld Place that Narcissa had unlocked for him after his confrontation with Quirrell. The books here were darker than anything in the Malfoy collection, bound in leather that felt almost alive, filled with magic that whispered promises of power to anyone foolish enough to listen without protection. Harry wasn't foolish. He was careful. He read about Horcruxes first. The word had haunted him since that night in the mirror chamber, and he needed to understand exactly what he carried. The texts were fragmentary, incomplete, soul magic was forbidden for good reason, and most who practiced it didn't survive long enough to write comprehensive guides. But he pieced together enough to form a picture. A Horcrux was an anchor. A piece of soul, torn away through the act of murder, bound to an object to prevent the Creator's death. Voldemort had made at least one, the fragment in Harry's scar proved that. But the books hinted at more ambitious projects, wizards who had created multiple anchors, spreading their souls across the world like insurance policies against mortality. Harry suspected Voldemort had done the same. The diary had been his first clue. Lucius had mentioned it once, years ago, in a conversation Harry wasn't supposed to overhear. A book the Dark Lord had entrusted to him during the war, with instructions to guard it carefully. Lucius had hidden it away somewhere, treating it as a relic rather than a weapon. But Harry knew what it really was. Another piece of Voldemort's soul. Another Horcrux. Another chain binding the Dark Lord to the world of the living. He didn't tell anyone what he discovered. Not yet. The knowledge was too dangerous, the implications too vast. If Voldemort had created multiple Horcruxes, destroying him would require finding and destroying them all. It was a quest that could take years, decades, even, and Harry wasn't ready to begin it. But he would be. Someday. Second year began with whispers. Harry felt them the moment he stepped onto platform 9 3/4, a subtle wrongness in the air, a tension that hadn't existed before. Students clustered in groups, speaking in low voices, shooting glances at anyone who passed too close. "Something's happened," Draco murmured as they made their way toward the train. "Look at the parents." Harry looked. The adults were worse than the children, pale-faced and tight-lipped, holding their sons and daughters a little too close, reluctant to let go. "Someone's died," Harry said quietly. "Or something's been threatened." "How do you know?" "Because that's what fear looks like when it doesn't have a target yet. They're afraid of something, but they don't know what." They found their usual compartment and settled in, Draco immediately pulling out a copy of the Daily Prophet he'd snagged from a newsstand. His expression darkened as he read. "Attacks," he said finally. "Muggle-borns, mostly. Someone's been sending threatening letters, leaving dark marks on doors, that sort of thing. The Ministry's trying to keep it quiet, but people talk." Harry took the paper and scanned the article. The details were vague, deliberately so, he suspected, but the pattern was clear. Someone was targeting Muggle-born families, trying to drive them out of the wizarding world through intimidation. Do they know who's responsible? Not according to this. But there are rumors. Draco lowered his voice. Father's been meeting with the old families. The ones who supported, you know. He says some of them are getting restless. They think the Dark Lord is coming back. He is. Draco stared at him. What? You heard me. Harry set down the paper. I told you what happened in the third-floor corridor. Voldemort-possessed Quirrell tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone, nearly killed me in the process. He's not dead, Draco. He's weakened, bodiless, but very much alive. But if he's alive, why hasn't he? Because he can't. Not yet. He needs a body, and bodies don't grow on trees. He's out there somewhere, possessing animals or weak-willed wizards, biding his time until he finds a way to come back properly. Harry's expression was grim. These attacks aren't random. Someone's preparing the ground for his return. Reminding people what it was like during the war, getting them used to the idea of violence again. Father wouldn't. I'm not accusing your father of anything. Harry met Draco's eyes steadily. But we both know he has connections. Information that doesn't appear in newspapers. If anyone knows what's really happening. Draco was quiet for a long moment. I'll write to him, he said finally. See what I can find out. Do that. But be careful how you phrase it. Letters can be intercepted. I know how to write a coded message, Harry. I'm not an amateur. Despite the tension, Harry smiled. No. You're not. The attacks continued through September and October. Muggle-born students received howlers filled with slurs and threats. Dark marks appeared on common room doors, scrawled in ink that couldn't be washed away. A first-year Hufflepuff was found petrified in a corridor, her eyes wide and staring, her body rigid as stone. And with each incident, the whispers grew louder. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened. Harry knew the legend, everyone did, by now. Salazar Slytherin had built a hidden chamber somewhere in Hogwarts, sealed it with a monster only his true heir could control, and left it waiting for the day when someone would purge the school of those he deemed unworthy. What most people didn't know was that Harry could hear the monster. It started small, a hissing in the walls, a slithering sound that seemed to follow him through the corridors. He dismissed it at first as imagination, stress, the weight of too many secrets. But as the attacks continued, the sounds grew clearer. Kill, tear, rip. Parseltongue. The language of snakes, which Harry had spoken instinctively since childhood. The monster in the chamber was a serpent of some kind, a basilisk, if the legends were accurate, and it was hunting through the pipes that ran beneath the castle. Harry could have told someone. Could have gone to Dumbledore or McGonagall, explained what he was hearing, let the adults handle it. But the adults had failed him before. And there was something else, something that made him hesitate. The voice in the walls felt familiar. Not like his own voice, or Draco's, or anyone he knew consciously. But familiar nonetheless, in the same way his scar was familiar, a connection he couldn't explain, a recognition that went deeper than memory. Whatever was controlling the basilisk, it was connected to Voldemort. Which meant it was connected to Harry. He found the diary in November. Or rather, the diary found him. Harry was walking through the second-floor corridor after a late-night study session when he felt it, a pulse of dark magic, faint but unmistakable, coming from the girls' bathroom ahead. The same bathroom where he'd fought the troll last year. The same bathroom where, according to legend, a girl had died 50 years ago when the chamber was first opened. He pushed open the door. The bathroom was empty except for the ghosts, moaning Myrtle, the resident spectre, drifting mournfully near the ceiling. She looked down at him with watery eyes. "A boy," she said, her voice echoing off the tiles. "A living boy, come to laugh at poor Myrtle." "I'm not here to laugh at you." Harry stepped further into the room, following the pulse of magic. It was stronger now, leading him toward one of the sinks. "I'm looking for something." "Looking for what?" "I'll know when I find it." He found it wedged behind a pipe, a small black book, its leather cover worn smooth with age. No title, no author's name. Just a blank journal that radiated wrongness like heat from a furnace. Harry picked it up with careful fingers. The moment he touched it, he knew. This was the diary Lucius had mentioned. The artifact Voldemort had trusted to his father's keeping. Somehow, impossibly, it had made its way to Hogwarts. And it was hungry. He could feel it trying to connect to him, to sink its hooks into his mind the way it must have done to whoever was controlling the basilisk. But Harry's occlumency shields were strong, stronger than anything a teenager should possess, and the diary's probing tendrils found no purchase. "Interesting," whispered a voice from the book. "You resist me." "I resist a lot of things." Harry turned the diary over in his hands, studying it. "You're a Horcrux. Another piece of Tom Riddle's soul." Silence. "Then, how do you know that name?" "I know a lot of things, Tom. I know what you are. I know what you did to make yourself. And I know that you've been using someone in this castle to open the chamber and attack students. You're remarkably well informed for a child. I'm remarkably well informed for anyone." Harry's voice was cold. "Now. You're going to tell me who you've been possessing. And then you're going to tell me how to destroy you." The diary's laughter echoed in his mind, young, charming, utterly devoid of warmth. "And why would I do that? Because if you don't, I'll find out anyway. And then I'll make sure your death is slow." Another silence. Longer this time. "You're not what I expected, Harry Potter. My name is Black. Names can be changed. Blood cannot." The diary's presence pressed against his shields, probing, testing. "You carry a piece of me inside you. I can feel it, a fragment of my soul, bound to yours. We are connected, you and I. More intimately than you realize. I know about the Horcrux in my scar. Do you? Do you know what it means? It means Voldemort made a mistake. It means he tied himself to me without understanding the consequences." Harry's grip on the diary tightened. "And it means I'm going to use that connection to destroy him. Piece by piece. Starting with you." The diary was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, it began to write. Words appeared on the blank pages, elegant script that seemed to form of its own accord. "The girl's name is Ginny Weasley. She found me in her cauldron at the start of term, a gift from someone who wished to cause chaos. She's been pouring her heart into me for months, telling me her secrets, her fears, her desperate loneliness. And in return, I've been taking her strength. Using her body to open the chamber and release my monster." Harry's blood ran cold. Ginny Weasley. Ron's sister. The same. She's quite devoted to me, actually. I've become her closest friend, her confidant, her only true companion in this strange new world. The writing paused. "It will destroy her when she realizes what I've made her do." "It won't destroy her." Harry's voice was hard. "Because I'm going to stop you." "Are you? And how do you propose to do that?" "I am bound to this book by magic older than Hogwarts itself. You cannot burn me, cannot tear me, cannot unmake me through any conventional means." "Then I'll find unconventional means." The diary laughed again. "I look forward to watching you try." Harry found Ginny in the Gryffindor common room the next morning. She looked terrible, pale and thin, with dark circles under her eyes and a tremor in her hands that she couldn't quite hide. She was sitting alone by the fire, staring at nothing, while her housemates gave her a wide berth. They knew something was wrong with her, Harry realized. They just didn't know what. "Ginny." She startled, looking up at him with wide, frightened eyes. What are you doing here? You're not in Gryffindor. I need to talk to you." Harry sat down across from her, keeping his voice low. "It's about the diary." All the color drained from her face. "I don't know what don't." Harry's voice was gentle but firm. "I know what it is. I know what it's been doing to you. And I know it's not your fault." Ginny's eyes filled with tears. "You don't understand. The things I've done, the attacks, the messages, She pressed her hands to her mouth, choking back a sob. "It made me. It got inside my head and made me do things and I couldn't stop it. I know. How do you know? How can you possibly, because I carry a piece of it too. Harry touched his forehead, where his scar was hidden beneath his fringe. Voldemort left something in me the night he killed my parents. A fragment of his soul, just like the one in the diary. I've been fighting it for years. Ginny stared at him, her tears forgotten in shock. But you seem so normal. So in control. It took a lot of work. A lot of training. And a lot of people who loved me enough to help me build the walls I needed. Harry leaned forward. The diary has been draining you, Ginny. Taking your strength, your will, your sense of self. But you're still in there. I can see it. How do you know? Because if you weren't, you wouldn't be crying right now. The Tom Riddle in that diary doesn't feel guilt or remorse or anything except hunger. The fact that you feel those things means you're still fighting. He reached out and took her hand. Let me help you. Ginny's fingers trembled in his grasp. I can't, she whispered. The diary, it has control of me. It can make me do things even when I don't want to. Even now, it's telling me to run, to get away from you, to protect it at all costs. But you're not running. No. A ghost of defiance flickered in her eyes. I'm not. Then you're stronger than you think. Harry squeezed her hand. I'm going to destroy the diary, Ginny. I'm going to find a way to unmake it forever. But I need you to fight. To keep resisting, keep holding on, until I can end this. And if I can't? If it takes me again? Then I'll find you. And I'll bring you back. Harry's voice was fierce with conviction. No one gets left behind. Not on my watch. For the first time since he'd sat down, Ginny smiled. It was small and fragile and uncertain, but it was real. You're nothing like what they say about you, she said. What do they say about me? That you're dark. Dangerous. That the Malfoys turned you into something terrible. She shook her head. But you're not terrible. You're just different. I'll take that as a compliment. He left her there by the fire, her hand still warm from where he'd held it, her eyes following him as he walked away. One problem identified. Now he just needed to solve it. The solution came from an unexpected source. Basilisk venom, Hermione said, spreading her research across the table in the library. It's one of the few substances capable of destroying magical artifacts, even ones protected by soul magic. Harry stared at the notes she'd compiled, impressed despite himself. How did you figure this out? I cross-referenced texts on Horcrux destruction with known magical antidotes and destructive substances. Basilisk venom, fiendfire, and the killing curse are the only things that can permanently damage a soul anchor. She pushed her hair out of her face, her expression serious. Fiendfire is too dangerous to control, and I assume you're not planning to cast an unforgivable. That leaves the venom. Which requires access to a basilisk. Which, conveniently, is currently living somewhere in this castle. Hermione met his eyes. You've heard it, haven't you? The voice in the walls. Harry went very still. How do you know about that? Because I've been watching you since Halloween. The way you freeze when we're in certain corridors, the way your eyes track along the walls like you're following something. I asked Professor Binns about Salazar Slytherin's abilities. She paused. You're a Parselmouth, Harry. You can talk to snakes. The silence stretched between them. You can't tell anyone, Harry said finally. I wasn't planning to. But you need to tell me what's going on. All of it. I can't help you if I'm working with incomplete information. Harry studied her for a long moment, this brilliant, stubborn, impossible girl who had somehow become one of his closest allies despite every obstacle of blood and house and politics. All right, he said. But you're not going to like it. He told her everything. They entered the Chamber of Secrets on a Friday night in December. Harry had found the entrance weeks ago, a sink in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom that responded to Parseltongue commands. The pipes beyond led down into the bowels of the castle, through tunnels carved by ancient magic, into a space that hadn't seen human footsteps in 50 years. Draco was with him. So was Hermione, despite Harry's protests. And so was Ginny, pale and terrified but determined to face the monster that had been using her. "You don't have to do this," Harry told her as they made their way through the darkness. "We can handle it without you." "No." Ginny's voice was steady. "This thing has been in my head for months. I need to see it die." Harry couldn't argue with that. The chamber itself was vast, a cathedral of stone and shadow, with serpent-shaped pillars rising toward a ceiling lost in darkness. Water dripped from somewhere far above, the sound echoing endlessly in the empty space. And at the far end, seated on a throne of carved stone, was a boy. He looked about 16, with dark hair and handsome features and eyes that held nothing but cold calculation. Tom Riddle. Or rather, the memory of Tom Riddle, given form by the life force he'd drained from Ginny. "Harry Potter," he said, rising from his throne. "I wondered when you'd come. My name is Black." Harry's wand was steady in his hand. "And I've come to end this." "Have you?" Tom smiled, a charming, boyish expression that didn't reach his eyes. "And how do you propose to do that?" "I'm barely corporeal, true, but I'm also extremely difficult to kill. The diary that contains my soul is hidden where you'll never find it." "You mean this diary?" Harry pulled the black book from his robes. He'd taken it from Ginny's dormitory 3 days ago, carefully shielding it from her awareness. "I've had it for a while now. We've been having some interesting conversations." Tom's expression flickered. "Give that to me." "No. Give it to me now, or you'll what?" "You're barely a ghost, Tom. A memory feeding on a little girl's life force. You have no power here except what you've stolen." Harry stepped forward, the diary clutched in his hand. "But I have power. More than you can imagine." He turned to face the massive stone face that dominated the far wall, Salazar Slytherin's ancient visage, mouth sealed shut, eyes staring blindly into darkness. And he spoke in Parseltongue. "Open." The mouth ground open. From within came a hissing, a slithering, a sound of something vast and ancient stirring from slumber. The basilisk emerged. It was enormous, 60 feet long at least, its scales gleaming like dark emeralds, its eyes closed against the killing gaze that would destroy anything that met it. It tasted the air with a forked tongue, sensing the humans in its domain. "Kill them," Tom commanded. "Kill them all." The basilisk turned toward Harry. And Harry spoke again. "Stop." The creature froze. "This one commands you," Harry said, his voice ringing through the chamber. "This one carries the blood of Slytherin, the mark of your master. You will not harm him or those under his protection." The basilisk's great head swayed, confused. It could feel the Horcrux in Harry's scar, the fragment of its true master's soul, but it could also feel Harry's will, his power, his absolute certainty. "The boy lies," Tom hissed. "He is not your master." "I am. I am the heir of Slytherin." "You are a fragment," Harry countered. "A piece of a broken soul, clinging to existence through dark magic. I carry the same darkness you do, but I have learned to master it. To make it serve me, instead of the other way around." The basilisk's head turned from Tom to Harry and back again, torn between competing commands. Harry made his choice. "This one does not wish to fight you," he said. "This one knows what it is to be a tool, a weapon, a thing to be used and discarded. You have served faithfully for 1,000 years. You deserve better than to be controlled by a parasite." The basilisk was very still. "What does this one offer?" it asked finally. "Freedom. This one will open the outer passages, allow you to leave this place forever. You can hunt in the wild places, far from humans, far from anyone who would try to command you. Harry met the creature's closed eyes without flinching. All this one asks in return is one thing. What thing? Harry held up the diary. Destroy this. End the false master who has been using you. And then you will be free. Silence. Tom was screaming something, threats, commands, desperate pleas, but the basilisk wasn't listening. It was considering Harry's offer, weighing it against a millennium of servitude. Finally, it spoke. This one has been a prisoner for too long. This one accepts your bargain, speaker. It struck. The diary was in Harry's hand one moment, impaled on a basilisk fang the next. Dark magic erupted from the wound, shrieking and thrashing, a tornado of shadow and malice that tore at everything around it. Tom Riddle screamed. His form dissolved, shredded by the venom that was eating through the diary's pages, consuming the Horcrux from within. For just a moment, his eyes met Harry's, and in them was something that might have been respect. We will meet again, he whispered. In another form, in another time. And when we do. He was gone. The diary crumbled to ash. The basilisk turned to Harry, its great head lowering until they were almost eye to eye. The bargain is fulfilled, it said. Open the passages, speaker. This one wishes to feel the sun again. Harry nodded and spoke the words that would release it. The basilisk slithered into the darkness, leaving the chamber of secrets silent and still. Behind him, Draco let out a breath he'd apparently been holding for the entire confrontation. Well, he said faintly. That was terrifying. Yes, Harry agreed. It was. The rest of second year passed quietly. The attack stopped. The petrified students were revived. And Ginny Weasley, freed from the diary's influence, slowly began to recover. She avoided Harry at first, ashamed, perhaps, of what she'd been made to do, but eventually she sought him out in the library, where he was studying ancient runes. Thank you, she said quietly. For saving me. You saved yourself. I just helped. That's not true and you know it. She sat down across from him, her expression serious. I owe you my life, Harry Black. That's not a debt I can ever repay. I don't want repayment. I want you to be okay. I'm working on it. She managed a small smile. My brothers have been insufferable, of course. Ron keeps trying to fight anyone who looks at me wrong. Fred and George have been testing their joke products on anyone they think might have been involved. The smile faded slightly. They don't know the truth. About the diary, about what it really was. I told them it was just a cursed object, nothing more. That's probably for the best. I know. But it feels like lying. She met his eyes. Do you ever feel that way? Like you're carrying secrets so heavy that they're crushing you? Harry thought about the Horcrux in his scar. About the prophecy he'd never been told but suspected existed. About the war that was coming, whether anyone was ready for it or not. Every day, he said. How do you handle it? I remind myself that the secrets are protection. For me, for the people I love. As long as I carry them, no one else has to. He paused. And I try to share the weight where I can. With people I trust. Can I be one of those people? Harry studied her, this small, fierce girl who had been possessed by a dark lord and lived to tell about it. Who had faced her demons and come out the other side. Who looked at him not with fear or awe but with understanding. Yes, he said. I think you can. Third year brought Sirius Black. Harry learned of his godfather's escape the same way everyone else did, through screaming headlines and ministry warnings and the sudden appearance of Dementors around every corner. The wizarding world was in a panic, convinced that the mass murderer who had betrayed the Potters was coming to finish what Voldemort had started. Harry knew better. The memories in the diary had shown him glimpses of Voldemort's inner circle during the First War. Sirius Black had not been among them. Peter Pettigrew, however, the rat-faced man who had supposedly died confronting Sirius, had been mentioned repeatedly. Wormtail, Tom had called him. Our spy among the Order. So eager to please, so desperate for approval. If Pettigrew had been the spy, then Sirius Black had been framed. Which meant Harry's godfather was innocent. You want to do what? Draco's voice was incredulous. I want to find Sirius Black before the Ministry does. I want to hear his side of the story. And if he's innocent, Harry, the man escaped from Azkaban. The most secure prison in the wizarding world. Even if he didn't betray your parents, he's clearly dangerous. Dangerous doesn't mean guilty. Harry spread a map of Hogwarts across his bed, marking the locations where Dementors had been spotted. Something drew him here. The Ministry thinks he's after me, that he wants to finish Voldemort's work. But that doesn't make sense. Why not? Because if he wanted me dead, he would have come years ago. He knew where I lived, everyone knew I was with the Malfoys. He could have attacked the manor at any point. Harry traced a finger along the map. No. He's here for something else. Someone else. Who? Harry thought about the rat in the diary's memories. About the friend who had betrayed his parents. About the animagus forms that the Marauders had learned to assume. I have a theory, he said. But I need to confirm it first. The confirmation came on a stormy night in March. Harry had been watching Ron Weasley for weeks, or rather, watching Ron's pet rat, Scabbers. The animal was old, far too old for a normal rat. It was missing a toe. And whenever Harry got too close, it seemed to panic. Tonight, Harry had finally found his opportunity. Ron was asleep in the Gryffindor common room, Scabbers curled up beside him. Harry had used a notice-me-not charm to slip past the fat lady and make his way to Ron's side. He reached out, wrapped his fingers around the rat, and pulled. Scabbers squeaked, thrashing in his grip. Hominum revelio, Harry whispered. The rat glowed. I thought so, Harry said. Finite. Nothing happened. Finite incantatem. Still nothing. You're too strong to be forced. Harry's grip tightened on the squirming animal. But you're not strong enough to hide forever. He apparat. It should have been impossible. Hogwarts wards prevented apparition by anyone except house elves. But the black family ring on Harry's finger carried ancient permissions, written into the castle's magic when his ancestors had helped build it. He reappeared in the shrieking shack. Sirius Black was waiting for him. The escaped prisoner looked nothing like the wanted posters, gaunt and hollow-eyed, his hair a wild tangle, his clothes little more than rags. But there was intelligence in his gaze, and something that might have been hope when he saw what Harry carried. You found him, Sirius breathed. I found something. Harry held up the struggling rat. Is this who I think it is? Force him to transform. Use the animagus reversal. I don't know that spell. Then let me. Sirius raised his own wand, stolen from somewhere, probably, and spoke the incantation. The rat stretched, twisted, became something larger. A man materialized where the animal had been, short and balding and terrified, his watery eyes darting around the room. Sirius, Peter Pettigrew gasped. Sirius, please, you don't understand, I understand perfectly. Sirius's voice was cold. You betrayed James and Lily. You sold them to Voldemort. And then you framed me for the crime. I had no choice. The Dark Lord, he would have killed me, so you let him kill them instead? Sirius's wand trembled with rage. You let him murder a baby? Your friends. Pettigrew's eyes found Harry, and widened with recognition. Harry, he breathed. Harry, you have to believe me, I never meant, don't. Harry's voice was ice. Don't you dare say my name. The rat animagus shrank back, trembling. "What are we going to do with him?" Harry asked Sirius. "I wanted to kill him. For 12 years in Azkaban, I dreamed of nothing else." The escaped prisoner's expression twisted. "But you deserve justice more than I deserve revenge. We should take him to the Ministry. Clear my name properly. The Ministry is controlled by people who don't want to hear the truth. If we walk in there with Pettigrew, they'll find a way to make him disappear and keep you imprisoned." Harry considered their options. But there might be another way. What way? A trial. A real one, in front of the Wizengamot. With witnesses, evidence, and a truth serum that can't be circumvented. Harry's smile was sharp. "My father sits on the Wizengamot. So does my mother's family. If we handle this correctly, we can force the Ministry's hand." Sirius stared at him. "You're different from what I expected," he said finally. "Everyone says that. I thought, the Malfoys raised me. They loved me. They taught me to survive." Harry met his godfather's eyes. "That doesn't mean I agree with everything they believe. It just means I'm smart enough to use what I've learned." A ghost of a smile crossed Sirius's gaunt face. "James would be proud of you," he said. "Maybe. But I'm not doing this for James Potter." Harry bound Pettigrew with conjured ropes and began planning their next move. "I'm doing it for myself." The trial was a spectacle. Lucius had pulled every string, called in every favor, leveraged every ounce of political capital he possessed. The Wizengamot convened in full session, with reporters from every major publication crowding the galleries. Sirius Black sat in the defendant's chair, cleaned up, properly dressed, but still bearing the marks of 12 years in Azkaban. And Peter Pettigrew, stunned and bound, waited in a holding cell to give his testimony. "This is unprecedented," Minister Fudge blustered. "The man is an escaped convict, the man is a lord of an ancient and noble house," Lucius cut in smoothly, "who was imprisoned without trial. We are simply correcting an oversight." "An oversight? He was convicted by whom, exactly?" Narcissa's voice was sharp. "Show me the trial transcript. Show me the evidence presented against Lord Black. Show me the testimony of witnesses who saw him commit the crimes of which he was accused." Silence. "There was no trial," Narcissa continued. "Lord Black was thrown into Azkaban on the word of Bartemius Crouch, based entirely on circumstantial evidence. No veritaserum. No pensive memories. No defense allowed. This is outrageous," Crouch himself protested from the benches. "The man was obviously guilty, obviously." Harry rose from his seat beside Narcissa. "Then you'll have no objection to hearing the testimony of the true culprit." He gestured, and Pettigrew was brought forward. Under veritaserum, the rat told everything. How he had been the Potter's secret keeper. How he had sold them to Voldemort. How he had faked his death and framed Sirius. How he had spent 12 years hiding in his animagus form, waiting for his master to return. The Wizengamot sat in stunned silence. "Lord Sirius Black is hereby declared innocent of all charges," Chief Warlock Dumbledore announced, his voice heavy with something that might have been regret. "He is to be released immediately, with full compensation for his wrongful imprisonment." The galleries erupted. Sirius moved into Grimmauld Place, the Black family home, now his by right of inheritance. Harry visited often, getting to know the godfather he'd never had, listening to stories about his parents, learning what it meant to be a Potter as well as a Black. But not everything was celebration. "Dumbledore wanted to use you," Sirius said one evening, as they sat in the dusty drawing room. "He told me once, back during the war, that there was a prophecy about a child who could defeat Voldemort. He believed it was you. I suspected as much. He placed you with the Dursleys to keep you hidden. To keep you malleable." Sirius's expression darkened. "I tried to take custody of you after your parents died. He blocked me at every turn." Said it was too dangerous, that I was too reckless, that the blood wards needed time to strengthen. And then you were arrested. Convenient timing, wasn't it? Sirius laughed bitterly. I don't think Dumbledore framed me, he's not that kind of man. But I think he was happy to see me removed from the picture. One less obstacle between him and his weapon. I'm not his weapon. No. You're not. Sirius reached out and gripped Harry's shoulder. You're your own man. And for what it's worth, I think that terrifies him more than Voldemort ever did. Fourth year arrived with fire and spectacle. The Triwizard Tournament had been revived, 3 schools, 3 champions, a series of deadly tasks designed to test magical prowess. Hogwarts would host, with Beauxbatons and Durmstrang sending delegations of students. Harry had no intention of entering. He was 14. The tournament was for students 17 and older. There was no reason he should be involved. But on the night the champions were selected, the Goblet of Fire spoke 4 names instead of 3. Victor Krum for Durmstrang. Fleur Delacour for Beauxbatons. Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts. And Harry Black. I didn't enter my name, Harry said flatly. The trophy room was crowded, headmasters and ministry officials and the other champions, all staring at him with varying degrees of suspicion and hostility. Someone must have entered it for you, Crouch said. The goblet wouldn't have produced your name otherwise. Then someone wanted me in this tournament against my will. Someone with access to the goblet and the magical knowledge to confound it. Harry's eyes swept the room. Doesn't that concern anyone? The binding magical contract cannot be undone, Dumbledore said quietly. You must compete, Harry. I'm sorry. You're sorry. Harry's voice was cold. Someone just entered me in a tournament designed to kill people, and all you can say is you're sorry. The alternative is losing your magic entirely. The goblet's contract is absolute. Harry stared at the headmaster, at this man who had left him with the Dursleys, who had tried to manipulate his entire life, who even now seemed more interested in observing than protecting. Fine, he said. I'll compete. But understand this, I'm not playing anyone's game. Whatever someone hoped to accomplish by entering my name, they're going to regret it. He turned and walked out. The tournament was brutal. The first task involved dragons, nesting mothers, protecting their eggs, each champion required to steal a golden replica from the clutch. Harry watched the other competitors struggle and strategize and nearly die. When his turn came, he walked into the arena without a plan. The Hungarian Horntail saw him and breathed fire. Harry raised his hand and caught the flames. Not blocked them. Not deflected them. Caught them, the way one might catch a ball, holding the dragon fire in his palm like a living thing. The crowd went silent. I am not your enemy, Harry said in Parseltongue, a language that didn't work on dragons, but the meaning carried through his magic nonetheless. I want only the false egg. The gold one. Not your children. The dragon studied him with ancient eyes. Then, slowly, it stepped aside. Harry walked through the nest, picked up the golden egg, and walked out. The crowd erupted. How did you do that? Draco demanded afterward. Dragons aren't snakes. They don't understand Parseltongue. They don't understand the words. But magic is more than words. Harry examined the golden egg, already calculating how to decipher it. The dragon felt my intent. It recognized that I wasn't a threat. And the fire catching? Since when can you do that? Since I started practicing during the summer. Harry smiled slightly. I told you, I'm not playing their game. Whatever someone planned for this tournament, I'm going to win it on my own terms. The second task sent them into the Black Lake to rescue hostages. Harry found Draco tied to the bottom, along with Hermione, a young French girl, and a Hogwarts student he didn't recognize. He freed Draco first, then swam to help the others. The Mere people tried to stop him. Only one, they insisted. You can only take one. I take who I want, Harry responded, and his magic crackled through the water like lightning. The merpeople scattered. Harry surfaced with all 4 hostages. The third task was a maze, enchanted hedges, magical creatures, traps and obstacles designed to test every aspect of magical ability. The Triwizard Cup waited at the center, victory for whoever reached it first. Harry navigated the maze methodically, dealing with each challenge as it came. He was close to the center when he found Cedric Diggory, unconscious and bleeding from a wound in his side. Someone had attacked him. Not a creature, a wizard. Harry healed the wound with a gesture, pulled Cedric to his feet, and kept moving. They reached the cup together. "Take it," Cedric said. "You saved my life. You deserve the victory. We both deserve it." Harry looked at the glowing trophy. Something felt wrong, a darkness in the metal, a taint he recognized too well. "But I don't think this is what it seems." "What do you mean?" "The cup. Someone tampered with it." Harry's scar was burning now, the familiar pulse of Voldemort's proximity. "It's a portkey." "A portkey? To where?" Harry knew. In his bones, in his blood, in the fragment of Dark Lord that lived behind his eyes. To him. He grabbed the cup anyway. The graveyard was cold and dark and reeking of dark magic. Cedric had come with him, pulled along by the portkey's magic, and now stood beside Harry in the shadow of a massive stone angel. Headstones surrounded them, names and dates stretching back centuries. And in the center of the clearing, a cauldron bubbled over an open flame. "Harry Potter." The voice came from a bundle of robes near the cauldron, high and cold and terribly familiar. At last. Peter Pettigrew emerged from the shadows, his silver hand gleaming in the firelight. He had escaped during the chaos of the trial, vanishing before anyone could stop him. "You escaped," Harry said flatly. "The Dark Lord required my services." Pettigrew's voice trembled with fear, and something else. "Devotion. Madness. He promises me a place at his side when he returns. A place of honor. He's using you. The same way he uses everyone. You don't understand." Pettigrew raised his wand. "You never understood." Stupefy. Cedric's spell caught Pettigrew in the back, dropping him instantly. "Nice shot," Harry said. "Thanks." Cedric's wand was steady, but his face was pale. "What is this place? What's happening?" "A resurrection ritual." Harry moved toward the cauldron, his mind racing. "Voldemort's been planning this for years. Using the tournament to bring me here, using my blood to rebuild his body." "Your blood?" "The protection my mother left me. It lives in my blood. If Voldemort uses it in his resurrection, he'll be able to touch me again." Harry reached the cauldron and looked inside. A homunculus floated in the potion, small and twisted and barely human, but with eyes that burned with malevolent intelligence. "Kill them," the homunculus hissed. "Wormtail, wake up and kill them." Pettigrew didn't stir. "Your servant is unconscious," Harry said calmly. "Your ritual is incomplete. And I'm about to destroy everything you've worked for." "You wouldn't dare," Harry kicked over the cauldron. The potion spilled across the grass, the homunculus tumbling out with a shriek of rage. Harry raised his wand and spoke the incantation he'd discovered in the Black Family Library, a curse designed to unmake dark magic, to tear apart enchantments woven with murder and malice. Exitium tenebris. The curse struck the homunculus. Voldemort screamed. But he didn't die. Couldn't die, not while his Horcruxes remained. Instead, his spirit was ripped from the failing body, forced out into the cold night air, incorporeal and raging. "This isn't over," he howled, his voice echoing from everywhere and nowhere. "I will return. I will find a way. And when I do, you'll find me waiting." Harry's voice was steady. "I've destroyed 2 of your anchors now. The diary and whatever magic you put into that body. How many more do you have? How many more can you afford to lose? The spirit of Voldemort recoiled, and fled. Harry stood in the graveyard, his chest heaving, his scar blazing with pain. Is he gone? Cedric asked. For now. Harry looked down at the ruined homunculus, the spilled potion, the unconscious traitor. But he'll be back. He always comes back. He grabbed the cup in Cedric's arm. Time to go home. The aftermath was chaos. The Ministry tried to deny Voldemort's return. Fudge called Harry a liar, an attention seeker, a dangerous influence. The Daily Prophet printed articles questioning his sanity, his loyalty, his very right to exist. But Harry had allies now. Sirius spoke on his behalf. The Malfoys leveraged their political capital. And the other champions, Cedric, Fleur, Victor, confirmed what they had seen in the maze, what Cedric had witnessed in the graveyard. The truth couldn't be suppressed forever. And Harry had other concerns. You're hunting them, Draco said one night, as they sat in the room of requirement, a secret space Harry had discovered that could become whatever the user needed. The Horcruxes. Yes. Without telling anyone. Without asking for help. Asking for help means putting people in danger. The fewer who know, the safer everyone is. That's stupid. Draco's voice was sharp with frustration. You're not invincible, Harry. Whatever you think, whatever you can do, you're still just one person. You can't fight this war alone. I'm not fighting it alone. I have you. Then use me. Draco grabbed his arm. Stop protecting me from the truth and actually let me help. I'm your brother. I'm supposed to be at your side. Harry was quiet for a long moment. The locket, he said finally. Regulus Black, your mother's cousin, stole a Horcrux from Voldemort before he died. A locket that belonged to Slytherin. It should be somewhere in Grimmauld Place, but I haven't been able to find it. So we look together. It's dangerous. The locket will try to corrupt anyone who comes near it, and you think I can't handle a piece of jewelry? Draco's expression was fierce. I've been training with you since we were 7. I've faced Death Eaters and Dementors and whatever the hell was living in that maze. Give me some credit. Harry studied his brother, this boy who had grown into someone formidable, someone loyal, someone worthy of trust. All right, he said. We look together. They found the locket in Creature's Nest. The ancient house elf had been hoarding it for years, keeping it safe because his beloved Master Regulus had told him to. When Harry explained who he was, what he was, Creature's resistance crumbled. Master Regulus died to destroy it, the elf croaked. He made Creature promise. But Creature couldn't do it. Creature tried and couldn't find a way. We have a way. Harry pulled out a basilisk fong, saved from second year, preserved against exactly this moment. We can finish what Regulus started. Creature's ancient eyes filled with tears. Do it, he whispered. Please. Set Master Regulus free. Draco held the locket steady. Harry drove the fong through its heart. The scream that erupted was Voldemort's voice, pure rage and agony and loss. Shadows poured from the destroyed Horcrux, clawing at Harry's face, whispering terrible things. You can't stop me. You carry a piece of me. You are a piece of me. Not anymore, Harry said. The shadows dissolved. The locket crumbled to dust. 3 down. An unknown number to go. Harry stood in the ruins of what had been Voldemort's sole anchor and allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. The war was far from over. Voldemort would return, would find new ways to threaten everything Harry loved. There were still Horcruxes to find, battles to fight, sacrifices to make. But for the first time in years, Harry felt like he was winning. Come on, Draco said, gripping his shoulder. We've got work to do. Harry smiled. Yeah, he said. We do. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, Neither light nor dark. The war came to Malfoy Manor on a winter night when the snow lay thick across the grounds and the peacocks huddled in their shelters against the cold. Harry was 15 when Voldemort took up residence in his childhood home. He remembered the moment with crystalline clarity, standing in the entrance hall beside Draco, watching the Dark Lord sweep through the doors with his serpent coiling at his heels and his Death Eaters fanning out behind him like a poison spreading through water. Narcissa's hand had found his shoulder, her grip tight enough to bruise, and for just an instant, Harry had seen fear in his mother's eyes. Then the mask came down, and she was Lady Malfoy again, perfect, composed, untouchable. "My lord," Lucius said, bowing low. "You honor us with your presence." Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into something that might have been a smile. "Lucius. Your home will serve as our headquarters for the duration of the war. I trust this is acceptable." It wasn't a question. "Of course, my lord. Everything we have is at your disposal." Those red eyes swept the entrance hall, cataloging the wealth and power on display, and came to rest on Harry. The scar on his forehead blazed with agony. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said softly. "Or should I say, Harry Black. I've heard such interesting things about you." Harry met his gaze without flinching. The fragment of Voldemort's soul in his scar screamed in recognition, reaching toward its master, but Harry's occlumency shields held firm. "My lord," he said, and the words tasted like ash. "Such control." Voldemort circled him slowly, robes whispering against the marble floor. "Such discipline." The reports did not do justice. He stopped directly in front of Harry, close enough that Harry could smell the cold-rot scent of dark magic that clung to him. "They say you destroyed my diary. My locket. That you drove me from my homunculus in the graveyard. I did what was necessary to protect my family. And yet here you stand, in a house filled with my followers, speaking to me as if we were equals." Voldemort's smile widened. "Either you are very brave, or very foolish. I'm neither." Harry kept his voice steady. "I'm practical. You need this house. You need my father's political connections. You need the appearance of pure blood unity. Which means you need me alive and cooperative, at least for now." Silence. Then Voldemort laughed, a high, cold sound that made the house elves tremble in their hidden corners. "Practical," he repeated. "Yes. I think we understand each other, Harry Black." He turned away, already dismissing him. "Bellatrix, show me to my quarters. We have much to discuss." The Dark Lord swept up the grand staircase, his inner circle following. Harry stood motionless until they were gone, then let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Well," Draco murmured beside him. "That was terrifying. That was necessary." Harry's mind was already racing, calculating, planning. "We knew this was coming. The Ministry's fallen. Dumbledore's dead. There was nowhere else for him to go. Dumbledore's dead because of me." Draco's voice cracked. "Because I couldn't, because he made me. Dumbledore's dead because Snape killed him. On Dumbledore's own orders, as we later learned." Harry gripped his brother's arm. "You didn't pull the trigger, Draco. You never would have. That's why Snape stepped in. But I let them into the castle. I fixed the vanishing cabinet. You survived." Harry's voice was fierce. "That's all that matters. Dumbledore was dying anyway, the curse on his hand was killing him slowly. He chose his death, chose to make it mean something. Don't carry guilt for a sacrifice he made willingly." Draco didn't look convinced, but he nodded anyway. Narcissa appeared at their side, her face pale but composed. "My rooms," she said quietly. "Both of you. Now." They followed without argument. The wards around Narcissa's private parlor were the strongest in the manor, layers upon layers of black family magic, impenetrable even to the Dark Lord's probing. Here, and only here, they could speak freely. "He doesn't trust us," Narcissa said, pouring tea with hands that didn't quite tremble. The display in the entrance hall was a test. He wanted to see how we would react. "How did we do?" Draco asked. "Well enough. But he'll be watching." She set down the teapot. "Harry, what he said about the diary and locket, he knows I've been destroying his Horcruxes. He doesn't know how many I've found, or how close I am to finishing." Harry accepted a cup but didn't drink. "We need to accelerate the timeline. Every day he's in this house is a day he might discover what we're really doing." "The cup is in Gringotts," Draco said. "Bellatrix's vault. We've confirmed that much. And the diadem is somewhere in Hogwarts. The Grey Lady gave me the location last year, the Room of Hidden Things." Harry set down his untouched tea. "That leaves Nagini and me." The word hung in the air. "There must be another way," Narcissa said. "The ritual your father and I used to bind the fragment in your scar, bound it. Contained it. Didn't destroy it." Harry had made his peace with this truth months ago. As long as it exists, Voldemort can't truly die. And as long as Voldemort lives, everyone I love is in danger. You are not sacrificing yourself. Narcissa's voice was steel. I did not rescue you from that shed to watch you die. I don't intend to die. Harry met her eyes. I've been researching alternatives. The Black Family Library has references to soul magic that Voldemort never knew existed. There may be a way to remove the Horcrux without destroying the host. Maybe. It's experimental. Dangerous. But possible. He allowed himself a thin smile. I'm not going to the slaughter, Mother. I'm going to war. And I intend to win. The months that followed were a careful dance of deception and survival. Harry attended Death Eater meetings, standing silent at Voldemort's right hand while atrocities were planned and executed. He watched Muggleborns tortured for information. He listened to strategies for hunting down the Order of the Phoenix. He smiled and nodded and pretended to be exactly what the Dark Lord wanted him to be. And at night, he continued his work. The Gringotts heist required months of preparation. Harry cultivated a relationship with the goblins, not friendship, exactly, but mutual respect. He negotiated access to certain restricted sections of the bank, trading Black family artifacts for information and assistance. When the time came, he didn't break into Bellatrix's vault. He walked in through the front door, presented legitimate credentials as the Black family heir, and claimed the cup as an item improperly stored in a secondary vault. The goblins knew what he was doing. They didn't care. Their loyalty was to gold and ancient compacts, not to human Dark Lords. The cup died under a basilisk fang, its destruction covered by an accident in the Department of Mysteries that Lucius arranged. For down. Hogwarts fell on a night in May. Voldemort had grown impatient. The war was not progressing as he'd hoped, too much resistance, too many setbacks, too many plans that somehow went wrong at crucial moments. He suspected treachery but couldn't identify the source. Harry had been very, very careful. The attack on Hogwarts was meant to be a statement, the destruction of the last major bastion of resistance, the elimination of the students and teachers who still opposed him. Voldemort led the assault personally, his army of Death Eaters and Giants and Dementors arrayed behind him like a tide of darkness. Harry was at his side. And when the battle began, Harry turned his wand on his master. Confringo. The blasting curse caught Voldemort in the back, throwing him forward into the mud. For just an instant, shock registered on that snake-like face, genuine surprise that anyone would dare. Then rage. Traitor. Harry was already moving, already casting, his magic blazing around him like a storm. He'd spent years preparing for this moment, years training his body and mind and power for the confrontation he'd always known would come. Voldemort was stronger. More experienced. More ruthless. But Harry was fighting for something other than himself. "The diadem is destroyed," Harry called, deflecting a killing curse with a conjured wall of stone. "I found it in the room of hidden things and burned it with fiendfire. That's 5 of your anchors gone, Tom. 5 pieces of your soul, unmade. You know nothing, I know everything." Harry pressed his advantage, driving Voldemort back toward the castle. "I know about the ring, which Dumbledore destroyed before he died. I know about Nagini, who Neville Longbottom is hunting right now with a sword that can kill anything. And I know about the piece you put in me." Voldemort's attacks faltered. The boy figured it out years ago. The boy who lived has been the boy who planned ever since." Harry's smile was savage. "You made me, Tom. You created your own destroyer. And now I'm going to finish what my mother started." The battle raged around them, curses flying, buildings crumbling, people dying on both sides. But at the center of it all, 2 wizards faced each other across a gap that had been 15 years in the making. "I cannot be killed," Voldemort hissed. "As long as even one anchor remains, there are no anchors left." Harry's voice was calm. "Nagini is dead. Neville sent me the signal 5 minutes ago. The snake's head is mounted on the wall of Gryffindor Tower." Something flickered in Voldemort's red eyes. Not fear, not yet, but the beginning of understanding. "And your scar? About to stop being your property." Harry reached into his robes and pulled out a vial of shimmering liquid, potion brewed from phoenix tears and unicorn blood freely given, basilisk venom neutralized with bezoar essence, and a dozen other ingredients so rare that gathering them had taken 3 years. He drank it in one swallow. The pain was immediate and absolute. Harry dropped to his knees, screaming as fire erupted behind his eyes, as his scar split open and bled darkness, as the fragment of Voldemort's soul was torn from his flesh by forces even the Dark Lord couldn't comprehend. "No." Voldemort raised his wand, but Draco was suddenly there, shield spells flaring, buying Harry the seconds he needed. "You don't get to touch him," Draco snarled. "Not ever again." The darkness poured out of Harry's scar, a writhing mass of shadow and malice, screaming in Voldemort's voice. It reached for its master, trying to return, trying to survive. Harry raised his wand. Exitium tenebris. The curse struck the fragment of soul in midair. It shattered like glass and dissolved into nothing. Harry collapsed, blood streaming from his forehead, but alive. Whole. Free. Voldemort stared at him with something that might have been horror. "Impossible," he whispered. "The magic required, the sacrifice, no sacrifice." Harry pushed himself to his feet, swaying but determined. "Just love. The same thing that protected me as a baby. The same thing you've never understood." He raised his wand one final time. "It's over, Tom. You're mortal now. You can die. I am Lord Voldemort. I am the greatest wizard who ever lived. I cannot be killed by a child." He threw everything he had at Harry, killing curses, torture curses, dark magic so foul it corrupted the very air. Harry met it all, his own power blazing, his mother's protection still burning in his blood. Their magic clashed in the center of the battlefield, 2 forces of nature colliding in a storm of light and shadow. And then, Voldemort's wand cracked. The Elder Wand, stolen from Dumbledore's tomb, splintered in his grip. The magic he'd been channeling rebounded, tearing through his reconstructed body, unmaking the flesh he'd rebuilt in the graveyard 2 years ago. He screamed, a sound of pure agony and disbelief, as his body crumbled around him. "This isn't, I can't, you can." Harry walked toward him, his wand steady, his eyes filled with something that might have been pity. "You spent your whole life trying to escape death. Building anchors, splitting your soul, sacrificing everything that made you human. And in the end, death came for you anyway." Voldemort's form was failing now, becoming translucent, becoming shadow. "This isn't over," he gasped. "I will return. I will always return. No. Harry raised his wand one final time. You won't. Exitium tenebris. The curse struck Voldemort's dissolving form, and this time, there was no anchor to catch the fleeing soul. No Horcrux to provide refuge. No piece of himself hidden away in someone else's scar. Tom Marvolo Riddle died screaming, his soul unmade by the same dark magic he had spent his life pursuing. And Harry Black stood alone in the ruins of the battlefield, his scar faded to a thin white line, his work finally complete. The aftermath was chaos. The Death Eaters scattered when their master fell, some surrendering, some fleeing, some fighting to the death rather than face Azkaban. The Ministry, freed from Voldemort's control, struggled to restore order. The wizarding world tried to make sense of what had happened, of the war that had ended so suddenly. Harry let others handle the political reconstruction. He had done his part. He found his family in the Great Hall, surrounded by the wounded and the grieving. Narcissa's robes were torn and bloodied, but she was alive. Lucius had a gash across his face that would scar, but he was alive. Draco was burned and exhausted and barely standing, but he was alive. They were all alive. It's done, Harry said, and the words felt strange in his mouth, too simple for everything they contained. Narcissa pulled him into an embrace so fierce it hurt. My son, she whispered. My brave, brilliant son. Lucius clasped his shoulder, and there were tears in the older man's eyes, the first Harry had ever seen there. You did what none of us could. You saved us all. Draco just laughed, a sound half exhausted and half hysterical, and threw his arms around Harry's neck. We did it, he said. We actually did it. We did it together. Harry held his brother tight. I couldn't have done any of it without you. They stood there for a long moment, the four of them, a family forged in darkness and tempered by love. Then Hermione appeared, her hair wilder than ever, her face streaked with tears and soot. Harry. She stopped a few feet away, uncertain. I heard, is it true? Is he really gone? Forever. Harry released Draco and turned to face her. It's over, Hermione. She let out a sound that was half sob and half laugh, then threw herself at him so hard they both nearly fell. I can't believe it, she said into his shoulder. After everything, all the years of fighting, I can't believe it's actually over. Believe it. Harry held her gently, aware of the eyes watching them, Death Eater prisoners, Ministry officials, surviving students. Let them watch. The war is over. Now we get to find out what comes next. What came next was a new world. The Ministry was rebuilt from the ground up, corrupt officials removed, unjust laws repealed, the pure-blood supremacy that had poisoned magical Britain for centuries finally, definitively ended. Harry refused the position of minister that was offered to him, again and again, until people finally stopped asking. I'm not a politician, he told the Wizengamot when they convened to honor him. I'm a soldier. I fought the war because someone had to. But building the peace, that's work for people who understand compromise and coalition and all the other things I never learned. Then what will you do? Someone asked. Harry considered the question. I'll take my seat as Lord Black, he said finally. I'll vote in the Wizengamot on matters that affect my family and my community. I'll support the people who are doing the real work of reconstruction. He paused. And I'll live my life. Quietly, if possible. I've had enough of being a symbol. He meant it. The wedding was small and private, held in the gardens of Malfoy Manor on a summer afternoon when the peacocks were showing off and the roses were in full bloom. Daphne Greengrass wore white, her ice-blonde hair woven with flowers, her smile brighter than Harry had ever seen it. They had been together for 3 years now, a relationship that had grown from political alliance to genuine friendship to something deeper, something that made Harry's chest ache whenever he looked at her. You're sure about this? She had asked him the night before, lying beside him in the darkness of his room. Marrying the boy who lived means attention. Scrutiny. People who will never stop watching us. Marrying Daphne Greengrass means someone who challenges me, who makes me better, who sees me as a person instead of a legend. Harry had traced the curve of her cheek. I've never been more sure of anything. Now he stood at the altar, a simple arch of white flowers, and watched her walk toward him on her father's arm. Draco stood beside him as best man, and Astoria Greengrass stood opposite as maid of honor. Narcissa wept in the front row while Lucius pretended not to. Hermione sat with the Weasleys, all grudges long since forgiven. Sirius lounged in the back, looking healthy and happy in ways that 12 years of Azkaban had once made seem impossible. The officiant spoke the traditional words. Harry and Daphne exchanged their vows. Rings were placed on fingers, magic was invoked, and suddenly Harry had a wife. You may kiss the bride, the officiant said. Harry kissed her. The crowd erupted in cheers, and for the first time in as long as he could remember, Harry felt completely, utterly at peace. Years passed. Harry and Daphne had children, a son named Regulus, after the cousin who had died trying to destroy Voldemort, and a daughter named Lily, after the mother Harry had never known. They grew up in a world without war, without dark lords, without the shadows that had haunted their parents' generation. Draco married Astoria Greengrass and had a son of his own, Scorpius, a pale-haired boy who was the image of his father and the pride of his grandmother's heart. The two families lived side by side, as close as they had always been, their children growing up as the next generation of Black and Malfoy heirs. Harry served on the Wisengamot for 20 years, voting and speaking and occasionally threatening when the situation required it. He built alliances across the old blood status lines, championing reforms that made the wizarding world more just and more equal. He never held office, never sought power for its own sake, but somehow his influence grew anyway. You're doing what Dumbledore always wished he could, Hermione told him once, when they were both gray-haired and their grandchildren were playing together in the gardens. Changing the world through example instead of control. Dumbledore wanted to control everything. That was his mistake. Harry watched his grandson chase a butterfly through the roses. I just wanted to protect what I love. Everything else followed from that. And now? Harry smiled, the same smile he'd worn as a boy, when he'd first realized that he was safe, that he was loved, that he would never go back to the shed. Now I get to rest. The last conversation happened on a spring evening, decades after the war, when Harry was old and his hair was silver and his body had begun the slow process of letting go. Narcissa had died 5 years ago, peacefully in her sleep, with her family around her. Lucius had followed a year later, unable to live without her. Sirius had gone a decade before that, his health never fully recovered from Azkaban, but happy at the end. Now it was Harry's turn. He lay in the bed where he had slept as a child, his room in Malfoy Manor, unchanged after all these years except for the photographs that covered every surface. His children sat beside him, and their children, and Draco, who had refused to leave since Harry's decline began. You're not supposed to go before me, Draco said, his voice rough. I'm the older one. That's how it works. By 4 months. Harry's voice was weak but amused. I don't think that counts. It counts. Draco gripped his hand. It has to count. Harry looked at his brother, this man who had been at his side through everything, who had never wavered, who had loved him without condition or reservation for as long as either of them could remember. Thank you, he said. For what? For being my family. For standing with me when everyone else would have run. For believing in me when I didn't believe in myself. Harry squeezed Draco's hand as hard as he could manage. I would have been lost without you. You would have managed. Draco's voice cracked. You always manage. Maybe. But I wouldn't have wanted to. Harry closed his eyes. Tell Mom I'm coming. Tell her I kept my promise. Harry, I love you, Draco. All of you. More than I can say. The room was quiet. And then, softly, Harry Black stopped breathing. They buried him beside Narcissa and Lucius, in the family plot behind Malfoy Manor. The service was attended by hundreds, everyone whose lives he had touched, everyone who remembered what he had done and what he had sacrificed. Hermione spoke about his intelligence and his courage. Draco spoke about his loyalty and his love. His children spoke about the father who had always been there, who had taught them everything he knew, who had shown them that family was the most important thing in the world. And on his headstone, they carved the words he had asked for, not a list of titles or accomplishments, but something simpler. Something truer. Harry Black, beloved son, brother, husband, father. He chose his own path. The sun set over the gardens, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. A peacock called in the distance. The roses bloomed around his grave, red and white and perfect. And somewhere, perhaps, Harry Black was finally at peace. Not a symbol. Not a weapon. Not a pawn in anyone's game. Just a man who had been loved, who had loved in return, and who had left the world better than he found it. That was enough. That was everything. Decades later, when historians wrote about the end of the Blood Wars, they would focus on battles and politics, on strategies and alliances and the great movements of history that had shaped their world. But the people who had lived through it, who had known Harry Black, who had fought beside him, who had loved him, they told a different story. They told the story of a boy in a shed. A boy who had been broken and abandoned, left to die in the darkness by people who should have protected him. A boy who had been found by a woman with enough courage to defy the most powerful wizard in the world. A boy who had been given a family, a name, a purpose. A boy who had become a man, and a hero, and a legend. But most of all, a boy who had been loved. That was the story that mattered. That was the story they would tell, for generations to come, until it became legend and the legend became myth and the myth became something eternal. The boy who lived. The Black Heir. The one who chose his own path. Harry Black.